All right. Good morning, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, there we are. All right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the North Texas Climate Symposium. I'm Paul White. I am the interim director for the City of Dallas Office of Environmental Quality and Sustainability, and I'm glad to see you all here today. This year, we're shining a spotlight on how climate change directly impacts public health across our region. And it's an important conversation that calls for action and collaboration because we want a healthier, more resilient North Texas. So I'm looking forward to the discussions and ideas to help us move forward in protecting the environment and the health of our communities. With that being said, it is my pleasure to introduce a true leader in environmental advocacy and equity. Our next speaker, Catherine Guerra, Chairwoman of the City of Dallas Environmental Commission, is a passionate advocate for environmental justice with a deep commitment to supporting communities most impacted by systemic environmental challenges. Throughout her career, she has worked tirelessly to shape meaningful policy at the local, state, and federal levels. In her current role as a TCQ campaign director at Public Citizen, she continues to push for stronger protections and greater accountability in environmental regulations. On top of that, I can confidently say that she's played a pivotal role as chairwoman of the City of Dallas Environmental Commission. Under Catherine's leadership, the Commission has provided critical guidance on the implementation of the Comprehensive Environmental Climate Action Plan and other key environmental issues, such as amendments to our concrete batch plant ordinance. So please join me in giving a warm welcome for Catherine Guerra.
Good morning. Hi. Welcome to the 8th Annual North Texas Climate Symposium hosted by the City of Dallas Office of Environmental Quality and Sustainability. I am Catherine Guerra, Chair of the City of Dallas Environmental Commission. We are the community-led and equity-focused advisory body that works to support and advance the city's climate action plan. It is always a privilege to gather together with folks who care deeply about our city and who understand that the health of our communities is tied directly and urgently to the health of our environment. This year's symposium theme focuses on climate and public health. As a city, Dallas is making some real strides towards its 2050 carbon climate action goal, but as many of you working on the front lines know, climate change is already here, shaping life in North Texas. Every year, it gets a little hotter. And for many families, especially those in underserved parts of our cities, these challenges are not just uncomfortable, they are dangerous. Extreme heat is becoming a public health crisis, and the number of hot days, extremely hot days, over 100 degrees, is expected to quadruple by 2050, which means more people are at risk for heat stroke and heart failure, more seniors isolated in their homes without sufficient air conditioning, and more kids with asthma that's triggered by poor air quality. You wouldn't know it from this morning's deluge, but we are seeing longer drought periods and more extreme weather events, including wildfires, that are becoming more frequent. These events, they stress our water supply, they damage our infrastructure, and they impact food access and create a rippling effect of negative health outcomes, particularly in communities that already face challenges to accessing health care. And while, unfortunately, cities like Dallas have worked really diligently for the past few years to take steps forward, the new federal administration has been working just as diligently over the past 3 months to eliminate core environmental protections for air and water quality, to prop up an unsustainable fossil fuel industry, and to gut the federal agencies that regulate and protect the environment. Many of you have seen your work profoundly impacted by these changes. Whether it was the elimination of science-based resources, the termination of federal grant programs, or the gutting of the hardworking federal workforce that drives these agencies, With this administration, we've seen the sidelining of public health experts in environmental decision-making, and it sends a really dangerous message that the short-term profit of polluters is more important than the long-term health and sustainability of our communities. In Texas, the state's environmental regulatory agency, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, was labeled a reluctant regulator by the state's Sunset Advisory Commission. The agency is known for its pro-industry posture. Come on in. The agency is known for its pro-industry posture and for refusing to acknowledge that environmental injustice exists or that its policies and permitting practices are to blame. At the Texas legislature, efforts are underway right now to gut local climate action plans, our city's ability to implement programs that reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and to address environmental and public health disparities. Some of us have been here before as advocates, right? But for even those of us that have, we have not ever seen such direct or deliberate efforts to not just slow our progress, but to erase it. I have said it before, and I will say it again. The environmental justice movement was not started by the government, and it cannot be ended by the government. Our work, this work, will continue, and now more than ever, we need long-term policies to reduce carbon emissions, to protect our green spaces and improve air and water quality. We need energy-efficient building codes to expand our tree canopies in heat-vulnerable neighborhoods, to advance clean energy jobs and solutions, and to strengthen public health infrastructure to address climate-related health issues. And we need your voice to do it. We need more people demanding bold, science-backed strategies and to hold policymakers at every level accountable. That means pushing back against rollbacks, opposing legislation that doesn't protect our environment and public health, and making sure that our local voice is strong enough to shape even national conversations. And whether it's contacting legislators or speaking out at City Hall or organizing within your community, you have power. We can't separate climate from health anymore. The link between climate change and public health is undeniable. And to discuss this more, we have an incredible lineup of speakers for you today. Together, we're going to discuss some bold ideas and innovative strategies. And I am personally excited to start the day with a keynote by Dr. Rose Jones, who will discuss extreme heat, the disproportionate impact it poses for vulnerable communities, and how we can mitigate them. In our second session of the day, we will talk about the impact of climate disasters and their impact on local food systems, and how we are implementing resilience strategies. After lunch, we'll come back, we'll talk about climate migration and how population shifts are impacting public health and infrastructure and social services. At 1:30, we'll hear about air quality and how we're working to protect communities from environmental hazards. This panel will include members of the Environmental Commission's Environmental Health Committee. At 2:30, we'll be talking about policy and how local governments are responding to the effects of climate change. Our 3:30 session will be on bridging science and community, translational approaches to environmental health, and then finally, we will hear from our own OEQS staff on the current status of our climate action plan, and our interim director, Paul White, will give us our closing remarks. Stick around, because as I understand, there is a networking reception after this event. We have a phenomenal program, and I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge our hardworking OEQS staff. Let's have a round of applause, please, for bringing us together today. As always, I have to give a plug to the Environmental Commission. If you want to learn more about the Environmental Commission and how we are working to support the city's climate plan, please visit DallasClimateAction.com or follow us on social media at Dallas Environmental. And I will be here today. I would love to connect with you and talk to you more about it. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our keynote, Dr. Rose Jones. Dr. Jones is a medical anthropologist with extensive experience in academic medicine, applied research, and grassroots advocacy. Dr. Jones has held teaching and research positions at UT Southwestern, Parkland Hospital, and Children's Medical Center. She is currently conducting research for a forthcoming book on extreme heat, public health, and human rights in Texas. Please help me welcome Dr. Rose Jones.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful for your kind and generous words. Good morning. I am delighted to be here. Excited might even be a better word. I'm specifically grateful for the opportunity to be able to cast the spotlight. Thank you. Okay, let me put some of this down. To be able to cast the spotlight on extreme heat and public health. This is something I'm very passionate about and have been working exclusively on for the last couple of years. And the fact that this is the first time that the symposium is integrating public health and extreme heat is just extra special. So thank you. Last year, the planet reached a critical milestone. Of the last 10 years, each of the last 10 years broke records for heat. In the last 8 years, we broke records for ocean heat. The impact of intensifying heat is nothing short of profound, a point that was underscored recently when the UN Secretary General declared that we had entered the era of global warming. And we've all seen this, right? We've seen the mega storms that have skipped from ocean to mountains, taken down entire communities. We have to rename or reclassify hurricanes because the intensity and strength, which is fueled by heat, the earth heating up, is that profound. We've seen the fires intensify. LA is a perfect example. The droughts, the urban flooding. All of this is the result of the earth being on fire. It's like you have a child, take the temperature, you can feel the heat. The trouble with heat is that it is profoundly impacting almost every phase of life. So we know of the many factors currently working to reshape the world, extreme heat poses the most critical and profound implications for human health, infrastructure, and economic stability. Why is that? Because heat is itself a uniquely pervasive hazard, affecting everything from worker productivity, educational outcomes, mental health, entire transportation systems, utility networks, the displacement of people, and political instability. Many of these topics we'll talk about, again, from the framework of today, from the framework of public health and heat. So what this means is that cities, especially hot cities like Dallas, are going to have to be really smart and savvy about how they approach extreme heat. And what they need to be doing, what we all need to be doing, is approaching heat from a perspective of being holistic in scope, systemic in design, empirical in application, and grounded in public health and equity. Cities are on the front line of a climate crisis and will be increasingly challenged to take on more and more complex problems that don't have easy solutions, that are messy, that are tangled together. And they're going to be required to do that with less funding, less resources, less staff. But the stakes are high because the decisions that we make today are ultimately going to determine if our cities are inhabitable, if the air is breathable, the streets walkable, and the quality of life desirable. And for us to make that happen in Dallas, this means being savvy about extreme heat. Oh, I went the wrong way. Okay. So These are the topics that I'll be covering today. I'm going to start with urban heat islands. We'll move in and look specifically at heat and public health. And then we'll talk about policy. And then I'll put it all together with suggestions specifically for my assessment of what CCAP is doing or not doing, as the case may be, and where we need to be. And if we have time, which my partner is going to help me stay on track, we'll have about 10 minutes for Q&A. I'll be here till after lunch, so if you don't get a chance to find me, I love to talk about these issues. So one of the things that I invite you to think about as we move forward with this discussion, with this presentation, is that extreme heat is really new. It's a new science. It's extremely new to municipal governments. It's even new, as you'll see, to the medical community. And that presents its own unique challenges, right? So, for example, for context, air quality, it's part of CCAP. Air quality, we have known about the connection between poor air quality and human health for at least 50 years. More importantly, EPA came on the scene in 1970. So we've had about 55 years of policy, legislation, frameworks, watchdogs in the community who are advocating for air to be clean and to be breathable. That's not true for heat. We don't have the same type of momentum, and we don't have the same type of knowledge. And so that's where the work needs to be. So when we go through, when I go through some of these conversations, I've purposely picked out points to illustrate the newness, because the other challenge that you'll see is when you have data that's rapidly changing. Oh, this is what we need to do for our urban heat island. Oh, here's what the implications for reproduction are. It presents its own unique set of challenges. So keep that in mind as we move forward. Okay, let's start with urban heat islands. As I'm sure most of you know, Dallas sits in one of the worst urban heat islands in the entire country. There have been multiple studies over the last couple of decades that continue to confirm that. So what we know is that urban areas tend to be hotter, higher temperatures than surrounding rural areas. That's what we call the urban heat island effect. And it's a phenomenon that we've known for quite a while. The first time this concept was captured was in 1818 by a British meteorologist. So we've been working with the concept and the pedagogy. The technology has changed. We now can use satellite data. But the notion of urban centers being hotter than the surrounding rural areas have been around for like I said, for decades and centuries. There are three primary reasons to account for these temperature differences. One is, of course, the way that we build our cities, the materials that we use, asphalt, concrete, brick. They tend to absorb heat and then slowly release it at night. Oftentimes, just for contrast, more people die at night from a heat wave than during the day. And part of that is because the body doesn't have an opportunity under these temperature extremes to cool down. The second factor associated with the cause of urban heat islands has to do with the lack of vegetation and green space. And that's something that most of you in the room are familiar with, because Dallas has done a great job of approaching heat from a tree canopy, from an infrastructure in general. And of course, not too surprisingly, what the trees are able to do is provide cooling as well as what happens in the soil. The third factor that contributes to urban heat islands has to do with us, behavior, and that's industry, the traffic, right? The air conditioning that we use. All of these factors are fueling additional heat. The other factor, and you're going to talk about this, I know, later today, is the enormous growth that's happened in North Texas. Since 2020, We have increased our population by 1 million people. We've got a car-centric culture, urban growth, infrastructure sprawl, like all of that is contributing to making this area hotter than it used to be and will be. So let's see. Okay. The other factor that we need to think about when we look at urban areas and heat is that it's not just a macro difference in temperature from urban to rural. We also have microclimatic changes. And that means, this is a photo of a bus stop. And you can see that within a small radius of space, literally feet, temperature can vary from 127 degrees Fahrenheit to 77. Why? Because it depends on what materials you're using to build that space. What color are they? Are there trees? Is it in the sun? Is it in the shade? This micro-level data is critical for being able, at least from a public health perspective, to be able to adequately address it. And by the way, this is one of the reasons I'm so excited that the City of Dallas has invested in 2 years worth of heat mapping data, because that's the kind of data that's going to allow us to make targeted, informed decisions. And I will say, just as a personal note, an anecdote, these temperatures might even be a little optimistic. In the summer of 2023, I spent the better part of that summer in the parking lot not far from here capturing ambient temperature data. And I will tell you that I calculated some as high as 150 degrees. And what that means is the body does not do well under those circumstances. And I'll give you an example. One of the things in the 2023 heat wave, when people started panicking, we started seeing huge escalations in mortality and morbidity, ED visits. One of the things that physicians began seeing was unusual injuries in the emergency department. In Phoenix, which has temperatures even hotter than what we have, their burn units were filled. Why? Because you have homeless people falling asleep. Think about that. You fall asleep in the shade and you wake up in 120, 140. Those are serious injuries. We have people falling out of wheelchairs. And we saw some of these injuries at Parkland. So this micro data is really critical to understand. Most people in the public, if you ask them what the temperature is, they're going to tell you what was reported on the evening news. Oh, it's 98. It may not be 98 where you're sitting or standing or where you're moving. So all, again, critical factors to put into the equation. Now, I don't want to go too far in the weeds, but I am a scientist, so I just have to share this. I think, just want to point out the newness of the data, right? This was a study, an important study, that was published literally a couple of weeks ago. I'm going to come back to some of the health implications from this study, but in terms of urban heat islands, one of the things that was really interesting that I'm very excited about is that these researchers, this data, they were looking at mortality, they were correlating temperature with cardiac death. And they had millions of records. It was done in China. And what they did that was innovative was, instead of saying, oh, it's 105, was there a heat wave or not, right? That's usually how we measure and capture heat waves, that binary yes or no. What these researchers did was they reclassified the system. So they divided the data by looking at temperatures in the heat wave that were really high in the day only, night only, and then what they call compound, so both high and low. And what they found in doing that, in drilling down, they found that that was significant for the types of cardiac injuries and deaths that they reported. I'll come back to that in a few minutes. The takeaway for this is really the notion of this just got reported, this just got published a couple of weeks ago. That's how new this data is. That's where we're going, right? So the other theme for looking at public health is We know that that connection's been there for a long time, but it's these nuances and the intricacy in which heat is interfacing with the body that's the most interesting, in my opinion. And I'll just do really quick a shout out on wet islands. There's a whole other burgeoning corpus of data that has now found that urban heat island effect also impacts rain. And so what this early data is showing is that the urban heat islands itself are creating more rain in urban areas as opposed to rural areas. And so in the process of that, cities are not just adjusting to heat and the effects of heat, they may also be shaping it. So I anticipate that we're going to see a lot more research in this area as well. Point being, we're still learning about urban heat islands, and we're really just learning about what the implications are. Okay, so let's move on to climate and heat. And my goal with this, there's so much information. I'm just going to lay out, sketch out some of the basics, and then I want to problematize it. I like to work with challenges. I like to work with this is not working, because that's how we're going to get to solutions. Okay, so oftentimes you'll hear researchers and scientists and policymakers refer to extreme heat as the invisible crisis. I go back and forth, and yeah, that's a good description as opposed to not. It has its purpose. And the purpose is this, especially when I'm talking maybe at schools or out in the community. The idea is this, is that if I showed you a before and after picture of a heat wave, it wouldn't look different. That's not true for earthquakes and hurricanes and all the other weather-related events that we're accustomed to working with, right? And so there's a thought process that, well, if you can't see the damage, right, you could have a lot of, it's not just acute, long-term, it has been problematic in trying to mobilize movements and policy around that. So I think that from that perspective, the point is warranted. So some basic information. Heat is the #1 health and death threat from climate change, period. Not arguable. We've known that for at least 30 years. Again, it's the nuances that we're now learning now. Heat kills more people every year than earthquakes, fires, tornadoes, everything lumped together. The second thing that we know, and I'm going to go into more details about this in a few minutes, is that heat impacts every single organ in the body, every system in the body, and again, in ways that are very nuanced and that we're still learning about, from the head to the toe. The other thing that we know about heat is that we're all affected by heat, but not equally, right? So we know that there are marginalized communities. We know that there are at-risk groups that we need to be vigilant about in terms of making sure that they have the resources and information needed to navigate and negotiate an increasingly hot world. The reasons for this are quite extensive, everything from historic racism, redlined areas, to failure to appreciate the perspective that heat how it affects the body. But I'll come back to this when we look at human rights. The other thing that we know is that when the temperature goes up, ED visits increase and hospital admissions increase. It's estimated that approximately 500,000 people die in the U.S. per year from heat. I think that that's, and I don't even fixate on numbers anymore, because one of the things that all of the climate epidemiologists, and I concur, is that we are vastly undercounting heat deaths. And I'm not going to go into it today. It's a little bit, I'm happy to have a conversation, so find me because I like to talk about it. But just to give you a context, and you'll see it when I get to the medical community in more detail. The way in which we capture illnesses and death is called, the hospitals use ICD codes, right? Everybody gets a code regardless of what you go in. You get an MI, you got a stomach ache, whatever, there's a code for it. It was something created by insurance companies. Well, that system is not great for capturing data on heat, mortality, and morbidity. And then when you add the fact that the definitions that we use to document a heat death are not standardized across even states, and you factor in the additional layer, which is people are not trained to understand this connection, we end up with data that is clearly an underestimate. This data, the almost 500,000, we're starting to use projective data, which is better than what we had, but still problematic. So what I'll leave you with the idea is that whatever numbers you see, be skeptical. The science is new. We don't have a good way for capturing this data. And it's important because guess what? That's how you get money for policy. That's how you move the dial. So I don't want to dismiss that issue. It's just challenging for those reasons. And then finally, we know that every summer, think about this, healthcare alone costs $1 billion from heat. And that includes those ED visits, fire and rescue, hospital admissions. This is a huge price tag that should in and of itself be motivating, but yet we still haven't gotten there. Okay, so as I mentioned, heat literally affects every system in the body: reproductive, cardiovascular, renal. By the way, heat is particularly hard on the kidneys. Mental health. Literally everybody in the system is affected. And what's interesting to me about that is if you take a poll, hey, what are you worried about for extreme heat? You're likely going to get two answers. Heat stroke is a problem and heat exhaustion, because that's what they teach them in med school. It's so much more complicated than that. And because of our failure to connect these dots, people are increasingly at risk, and that's going to remain true as we move forward. So keep in mind that it's much more invasive than that. Okay, so in the interest of time, I'm going to share with you 3 studies that look specifically at heat impact on the human body to demonstrate some of the issues that I've been referring to. The first study, and this really surprised a lot of people, even within the medical community. This was a study that JAMA Psychiatry published in 2022. And what the researchers did was they took data for people who had gone to an emergency room during a 6-month period of time, the hot summer, in about 3,000 counties, most of which were in southern California and through the Southwest, for an 8-year period of time. And when they looked at that data, they found it significant statistically for when the temperature goes up, the ED gets visits specific to mental health. And the mental health issues that they were seeing were everything from self-harm, bipolar 1 and 2, schizophrenia, post-traumatic, and for children, behavioral issues. So what was surprising, including to the medical community, is that's a high correlation. That has a major impact for how we need to be preparing, how we need to be screening, and how we need to be in the community talking about the upcoming heat wave, the upcoming summer. The second study was the one I referred to earlier on the cardiology. And I mentioned that there was a really innovation, I should say, in the way in which they were capturing and measuring types of heat waves. From a medical perspective, what was interesting about that, outside of the innovation in methodology, was that they found that different types of cardiac deaths were associated with different levels of intensity of heat. So, for example, pulmonary heart attacks were not that sensitive to compound day and night heat. What was more sensitive to day and night heat, the compound heat wave event, was sudden cardiac MIs. So this is early research, but think about the impact of that. Well, we didn't know that, right? So the complexity, the nuances are really where we need to be going, and I think we are. And then this final study that I'll share, in some ways very disturbing because of our community. So this one was published in JAMA in 2023. And the same thing. The scholars were interested in looking at what happens with increases in ambient temperature. And in this case, they were interested in pregnancy outcomes. And what they found was really startling. I've talked about this in medical audiences, and inevitably I'll have physicians, OB-GYNs, come up and say, wow, I didn't know. We'll get to that in a minute. What this study found was that women in their third trimester of pregnancy who were exposed for 3 or more days, consecutive days, of temperatures at 95 degrees Fahrenheit, and let's face it, that's Dallas in the summer, right? They had a 22% increased risk for what they call in medicine severe maternal morbidity. That's the bad stuff. That's sepsis, hemorrhaging, eclampsia, organ failure. These in the hospital they refer to SSM, severe maternal morbidity, as just missed. So these are women that are really sick in their third trimester. And think about the impact for that in terms of screening, outreach, being in the community. And I'll say the other thing that that study found was that it wasn't just extreme temperatures. The extreme temperatures resulted in the extreme severe maternal morbidity, but even at less extreme temperatures, that constant exposure to heat manifested in problems for pregnancy. So this is an area that I expect we'll continue to see evolve, and it's an important one. Okay. Now let's shift gears a little bit in our consideration of public health and extreme heat and focus on the medical community. As a medical anthropologist, I often teeter two worlds. Basically, what I'm trained to do and the way that I typically function is as a liaison. So I'll work at the community level to understand ideas, concepts, challenges, problems, and then I'll work at the biomedical level to understand what's my differential diagnosis, what pharmaceuticals do I need, what's the temperature for this medication, right? And then as a liaison, I try to pull it all together. What almost never happens is we shift that lens to look at the medical community themselves. Usually, when we're talking about health issues in community, we're looking top down to the community. This is not that. Heat is too new. We need to be working with our providers as well. And I'm going to give you an example. So in 2021, the World Health Organization stated, extreme heat, climate change in particular, extreme heat was part of that. Climate change is the biggest threat to humanity. That's pretty significant. 4 years later, after stating that, we only have about 40 to 50% of medical schools in the U.S. that even offer a course on environmental health. That's a huge disconnect. In all fairness, when I first started tracking these numbers, it was more like 18 to 20%. So they've made improvement, but it's somewhat misleading because if you look at the 40 to 50% that have courses on environmental health, most of them are electives during the didactic phase of training. And for those of you who are familiar with medical education, the way the students really learn it is working boots on the ground. They're in the hospital working side by side, preceptorships. That's how you learn it. 15 minutes, that's it? Oh my goodness, I have to pick up the pace. So this has a lot of implications for how we need to be Think about it. If your physician's not coding or recognizing or screening for it, there's a problem. Public health messaging. I'm going to zoom through these slides. This is another problem. So most public health people will tell you that communication is a frontline intervention. It's the bridge between academic knowledge and behavior. Critical, especially when you have something new. And I know because I did my doctoral work in the late 80s. They sent me to the Caribbean to study HIV/AIDS. I lived there for a year and a half in a village to watch what happens, how do people understand it, how do they process it, what do they do, so that we could design messages. And at that time, we didn't really know what was happening with HIV. So what did we tell everybody? Use a condom. Don't have sex. No IV drug use, right? So I arrived on this small island in the Eastern Caribbean, fully expecting for anyone to know anything. English is not their first language. I sat in a rural clinic, and women said to me, when I asked them, how do you get HIV? They said, perinatal contact, IV drugs. They knew the script. It meant nothing. I see the same thing here. Look at these messages. I've got a homeless person, I'm going to tell them to keep cool. I've got workers, I'm going to tell them avoid strenuous activities. Stay hydrated. I've spent many years of my career looking at how people understand language, and I will tell you, hydration is not there, right? It's a complex concept. So the one I'm worried about this summer is stay in the AC or use a fan. New data shows that fans are not the golden ticket. Fans are only effective for mortality and morbidity from heat under very specific meteorological conditions. It has to do with humidity. So I'm worried because we're lost a lot of funding, and this is going to be the backup. Okay, so takeaways. These are the things we need to be mindful of. Medications. You've got workers, you've got kids going to school. There's a whole class of medications that don't do well in the heat. Not limited. We used to think that air quality affected your lungs, right? We now know it affects every organ in your body. Metabolic, brain, neurological. The same is going to be true for heat. Okay. Where to start with policy? Who knows? But here's what I invite you to do. Before Trump's assault, we already had a problem. Keith Ladd really led the charge in terms of looking at heat mitigation. He's in Arizona. His work is phenomenal. He's an urban planner. Last summer, in an interview, he was quoted as saying, heat deaths are climbing faster than any of our investments to present them. We're chasing a moving target slowly. Why? Because we're not putting public health where it needs to be. It's secondary to infrastructure and energy. And until we get real and put humans at the center of this, this is what's going to happen. This is not just a technological or infrastructure problem. And I'm going to share this other quote. This was a couple of weeks ago. It came out. You may know Jeff Goodall. He wrote, "The heat will kill you first." Otto was a pioneer. She pioneered climate attribution, where they quantify human-caused challenges for climate, including heat. Listen to this quote. She said, "If we admit that there's a climate crisis, it's that it's a physical crisis that has a technical solution. But I think if the story were told from a woman's perspective, it would probably be more of a crisis of health, a crisis of safety, especially the safety of our children." That's what's missing, is this public health human interface. No need to go through this agony. I will say what I'm most concerned at this point as we gear up for summer are the equity issues and the funding that's been lost in that space. This was another cut. Last week this was announced, so we lost some really critical long-term heat studies, some of which were focusing on LA firefighters, and one was long-term looking at the impact of heat on the immunological system. So where are we? It's getting hot. It's getting a lot hotter. 2023 heat cost the state $9.5 billion, worker productivity, hospital and health, decreased retail were the main culprits. Economists say that if the temperature goes up by even 1 degree, that number is going to skyrocket. We know that that's where we're going. I'm running out of time, so let me just plant this seed. One of the trends that my partner and I have been watching for the last couple of years is heat become weaponized, and Texas has become ground zero. We've seen it used in a punitive way for children, buses. Our prisons, 2/3 of Texas prisons are not air-conditioned. There's a public health issue. This is not punitive. They are dying in prisons. 2 weeks ago, a judge ruled it unconstitutional. We'll see where we end. And then some of you may remember in 2023, a very brave medic stepped up who was working on the border, and he said, I can't do it. I'm having a moral consciousness. He produced emails where he was told to withhold water from children and families waiting to be processed. That's a death sentence. If we look at where we are, this is what I'd like to put on policy for City of Dallas. Abbott signed House Bill 2127, which basically, eliminated mandatory water and shade breaks for construction workers in Austin and in Dallas. Profits over people. And for context, Texas has the highest worker mortality rate in the entire country, and it's the deadliest state for Latino workers. While other states have been working to provide protection for their workers in the heat, Dallas now has a policy that some are not able to take advantage of. This is a harbinger. And just for the record, Florida followed suit with a similar law the following year. Okay. How much time do I have? 5 minutes? 10? Okay. Great. I'll be able to finish. So what do? Where are we? For context, we have an everything problem. I love this quote by Stefan. He said, every piece of infrastructure, every home, every community, every business, every industry was built to work in a world that no longer exists. This is our challenge. I'm looking around the room. You're all coming here working from different spaces. Air quality, migration, waste management, water. All of these things have to be fit in to prioritize public health and heat. And this is my new favorite quote. This is what most of my colleagues, most climate scientists, I call it the tick-tock problem. And it's the disconnect. We know this information. We've had it for a long time. Yeah, we're learning new stuff. There are nuances. We still don't have action, and people are dying, quite literally. So this climate scientist, she's done some really great work. Australia's really produced some great stuff. She said, honestly, I'm not sure what to do next. Screen these heat findings from the top of the buildings, write my comments in capitals, saying it all while dancing on TikTok. So I call this now the dancing on TikTok problem. Okay, here's the good news. About 6 weeks ago, Maricopa County in Arizona, and as I mentioned earlier, Arizona's really led the charge. They've got a chief heat officer for the city, for the state. They've been super proactive. Their preliminary mortality morbidity data showed that for the first time, they were able to decrease the number of heat-related deaths. So what does that mean? We can do it, right? And how did they do it? You can see. They did it by doing a lot of first things. The first state emergency for heat, the first statewide heat plan, the first state chief heat officer, and they also partnered in a very strategic, meaningful way with community partners. So that's the good news. That's the only good news in my slide. Just kidding. So what does Dallas need to do? We had CCAP. They've had it for almost 7 years. And you can see that heat is secondary to CCAP, as it is for most cities, right? Because we don't know. We're not understanding what this critical connection is for people and for lives and for living. So But we do know what the formula is for extreme heat. We need holistic, systemic, empirical, public health, and equity. If we can frame heat, and there's no right or wrong answer here, right? There's no one size fits all. That's the formula, so what do we do with heat? I think that we need several things. We need to critically look at what's working, what's not working. We need a solid framework that unifies all of the different entities and organizations and lanes that y'all work in, right? One, health is a good paradigm. The other one that, at least from a health perspective, we're all moving into the exposome. And that's something that came from genetics. What we now know, what we're beginning to really understand, is that it's not one exposure to heat or one air quality or one wildfire. It's the cumulative effect over the course of a lifetime. And that's what scientists and healthcare researchers are beginning to model. And then the last is we need a reset. We're still working, in spite of optics and rhetoric, we are still working in silos. And that's a transformation that's really challenging. I'll get to that in a minute if I can. So when I did a SWOT analysis all by myself, my partner helped. Here's what Dallas is doing great from a public health heat perspective. It's empirical. We've got the heat mapping data. Awesome. They've invested in strong infrastructure with the cooling pavements and the roofs and the tree canopies. And it's a dynamic. I love the fact that I was brought in to do this lecture. We've never done public health and heat. This summer, Dallas is going to be working with homeless coalitions. They're going to be working with Dallas Fire and Rescue to write a heat action plan. That's dynamic. To keep up with that data, that's important. The weakness, heat is a tag along, in my opinion, to CCAP. It needs to be front and center, just like air quality. I think they need to take air quality, food, and heat and wrap it around public health. Those are all public health issues. There's no health framework, as I mentioned, and those silos. So where are the opportunities? I don't know why, but the philanthropic community in Dallas, and there's a lot of money here, right? We're all going to be looking at that money. They have been really slow to fund anything specific to heat and health. Why? Because like physicians and policymakers, they don't understand the data. It's too new. It's not like air quality. This is where our work is. And then I'll tell you my story. I made it through. Okay. So this is a story that gets me back to the challenges with the silos, right? I can't tell you how many times I speak to government, physicians, you name it, people in the room, and they're like, well, we're not working in a silo, we're good. I recently had a physicist tell me he always works outside of his discipline because he's working with an engineer. Okay, that doesn't count, right? I mean, out of your comfort zone. And so it's taken me a long time to realize, why is that? What is the challenge here? And I brought myself back to the iron story. And I share this with you because this is an experience that happened to me many, many years ago on the island. I was a young girl, as a graduate student. I didn't fully appreciate the lessons that it would impart. For context, in medical education, when you go to medical school, the physicians will typically wrap up a lecture or a series, like we just finished cardiology, we just finished respiratory, and they wrap it up by sharing with the students what they call a clinical pearl of knowledge, right? It's like some wisdom, some piece of information, a story, and the students really love it. So I decided to reframe it, and I'm going to share with you my climate pearl of knowledge. So this is the story. And the conundrum is this. It has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, and on the other hand, everything. So one of the things that I really, again, as a young girl in the field, really didn't appreciate was laundry. I hated doing laundry. Why? Because it meant every Saturday I had to walk about a mile to the river, put water in a bucket, hoist it on my head, carry it back to the yard before I could even start washing my clothes. And I was very inept. They called me when I first got on the island deck, stupid in the head. Because what would happen is I'd get the water and I couldn't walk, right? And so by the time I got there, half the bucket was empty. So I'd have to go back. The women would actually sit there and kind of smile at me, watching me struggle. Eventually I got competent at it. So once I got the water, then you had to wash the clothes by hand, very arduous, and then they had to be hung up on the line in a very particular order, hoisted up on bamboo shifts, right? And you couldn't just willy-nilly, because there were lots of beliefs about what went where, and obia and voodoo, so all complicated, right? I'm not just doing laundry. And then, insult to injury, it would then rain, so everything would have to come off the line, and da-da-da. And then the final challenge that I had was, it was expected that you would iron your clothes, right? The fact that most people didn't have electricity meant I was often walking around trying to find somebody who had current, or at that particular point in time. It was very important the way that one looked when, well, they were very poor, but they took a lot of pride in what they wore. So I, as an anthropologist, you're learning the lesson. So one day I went into town, and I saw a bunch of T-shirts, and it said, whatever the tourists don't buy for that season, they sell very cheaply back to the island, right? And so these particular T-shirts, they had on the lapel in the back, it said, "Fruit of the Loom, made in the U.S., and then somebody had written, "Do not iron." And I thought, oh my God, this is amazing. I'm going to buy a whole bunch of them, and then at least I won't have to iron them, because these are made of iron. We can't iron these shirts, right? So I waited for a big day, a day that I was leaving the audience. Every 4 months I'd go to Barbados and rendezvous with my team. So on this day, it was a big deal. The village would come out, everybody would come and clap, and I would get escorted to the airport. So on this particular day, I came out with a shirt that had not been ironed. It wasn't really bad looking, but you could tell it wasn't ironed. And as soon as I walked into the yard, I could see the disdaining look, right? And so I, thinking that I was clever, pulled out my T-shirts out of my luggage, and I said, look, these are made on my island. It's forbidden to iron these shirts. At which point, everybody started laughing. The women were like, ha, 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 deck, you're kind of stupid. And the more that I protested, the more that the women became landed in this sort of standoff. At one point, an elderly woman pulled all of the T-shirts that you're illegal to iron in the U.S., and she walked down the road to her house, pulled out an iron, and started ironing it. And as she ironed, I said, stop, it's illegal, I'm going to get in trouble. Like, I was just a wreck, right? When she got to the part that said, "Fruit of the Loom, do not iron," she gingerly, carefully ironed around it. Why? Because in their world, everything's ironed. I presented them with it. Conflicting behavior, not something in the frame of mind. So when you do that for people, they don't just say, oh my God, that's such a better idea. Yeah, why don't we do that? No, you don't even think, this is how your world works, this is what I'm doing. And that's what I think is part of the inertia and that disconnect with action. So what I invite you all to do as you go through today is on barriers. How can we bring this to heat and public health? What innovation do we need? So that's it. We ran out of time because I talk a lot. But I will be here till after lunch, and so love to talk to you. So feel free to come up and ask questions at that point. Thank you.
We have time for a few questions. If you raise your hand, I'll take the mic. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Jones. That was great stuff. So I didn't hear any discussion of where the business community fits into solving these problems. I'd love to hear what you might be able to say about how that's going, because my perspective is that business is where all the they're generating the problems, but they're nowhere in the conversation of the solution. Cities, states have to own this. Citizens have to own this. but the businesses and how they're operating that are causing many of these issues are just not in the equation. And because we haven't made them or invited them strongly into the conversation is my experience. So I'd love to hear your perspective. Thank you.
Do I need a mic? I think that's a great question, and it illustrates the key point, which is not all of the players are at the table, and they need to be, right? I mean, businesses have workers. There's productivity. You're looking at the price tag associated with extreme heat, and you see it directly impacts businesses and industry. So that's a silo that needs to be broken down. Like if I look at what we're doing next year, what I'd love to see is instead of having a panel on just air quality panelists and just let's make it up. Let's switch those up. Let's get a business and a pulmonologist. That's the kind, these are wicked problems. These are everything problems. So we need to be thinking in that innovation, and we need to be taking those silos down. So I agree 100%. Yes? How are you?
Follow up on his comments. I think they're very appropriate. I also think that enforcement is needed, but we need to move beyond enforcement, particularly with the business community, to identify common working together. So it's a problem for us, not a problem us, the big us, not the little us.
Oh, I don't disagree with that. What I would add is that there is huge gaps in information and knowledge. And again, I made the point when we were looking at the biomedical community. We almost never look at, well, what are the physicians doing? What does that look like? Because we are typically looking from the top down. This is not that problem. I've got policymakers, business leaders, physicians, much less the community, that don't understand these intricacies. That's where we need to start, right? That's why I'm pretty sure philanthropic groups have not been on, they don't think it's a big enough problem. That's because we haven't communicated it well enough, and it's so new, right? I don't have to convince anybody, hey, we've got an air quality problem here. This is a major public health issue. Boom, they get it, right? We've been doing it for 50 years. And if we don't do it, we got watchdog groups that are going to come in and make us do it. That's not true for heat. I just finished looking at the list of questions. I think the Dallas Morning News put it together. I'm not sure. They posed, I don't know, 10 or 15 questions to the city council candidates that are getting ready to, I guess, they just started, election started yesterday. And I looked at, there were a series of environmental questions. Most of them had to do with EJ, environmental justice. What struck me was how they all said the same thing. What's your top priority? What are you concerned about? Where are you? They're all concerned about urban heat islands and trees. Okay, that's part of the problem, an important part of the solution. But guess what? If you don't know what's happening at your community, if you don't know what's happening in your district with pregnancy rates, high risk, then you're not going to be, that's not going to be on your radar. So from my perspective, I think it's incumbent on all of us to begin educating all of the groups that need to be brought in this circle. And, you know, again, I'll point out, I don't want to belabor it, but we're going to have to create our own messaging, because the messaging that we have is not evidence-based. This is not how medicine usually works and needs to. So, yes.
You talked about the effects on heat, and I was wondering if there are studies on the long-term effects on exposure to heat, and if these effects would be reversible. And another question, also a little bit related to it, is that allergies have been, spiked. Mm-hmm. And if there is a study, if the effect, if heat also makes people more prone to allergies because the immune system responds, right, and all these things.
And great question. And what I will say is, yes, there is data like that, but again, we're still learning. That's what that exposome is. It's about, we need to move away from just understanding an impact on heat or even air quality on one system, one organ in the body, right? It's much more extensive, and it's longitudinal. And on top of that, we're seeing this in LA right now. One of the big things coming out of those fires is the fact that these are not just wildfires. It's wildfires plus heat exposure, plus there's 4 or 5 different climate issues that are interfacing, and that's in an acute period of time, right? In terms of your second question, are there longitudinal studies? There are, but I will, but they're really burgeoning, right? We can look at the other data that we have and know, yep, this is probably where we're going. And that's why I put that slide up on the NIH, because I heard a lot of my colleagues say, oh, well, NIH, there are only 20 grants, we'll recover from that. Those 20 grants were mostly designed to look at longitudinal works for heat, and so that's loss. Yes?
I was wondering if you could provide us the best, most recent studies that are that have, I think, good executive summaries to give to policymakers. I know I've dealt with school districts who are putting in lots of new artificial turf on athletic fields and on playgrounds, and I've gone out there and measured how hot they get, and I know there's a lot of information out there, some of it's not that recent, about how dangerously hot those get compared to natural turf.
Yeah.
But these people who are used to their old policies, and they've been told that, oh, these new fields are so much better and they save water and so forth, what can we point to give them something they'll actually read that they might believe?
You need a graduate student or a med student. I'll tell you, and this is something I talked to Apong about the heat data, right? Like, medical students in their 3rd year, they take a research project. This would be great. It wouldn't cost a lot of money. So the short answer for you is, I think, yes, the data's there. We have ChatGPT and DeepSeek that can summarize quickly, but it would probably be optimal to pull in somebody that they get experience for doing it. It would be a great contribution to the literature, because that's what we need for advocacy. All of these different points. We're not going to come up with one solution. You do this, you do that. It's really going to be that type of effort. I'd love to see a repository that we could put this data on, right, and share. Yes?
I have graduate students for you.
Oh, yeah.
So now we're getting out of our silos and connecting. Yes, I do. Graduate students for everybody.
I love you.
Yes, absolutely. We'll talk about that. We're speaking later on in today's conference. Thank you, Dr. Jones. I've actually worked with you in the past, so it's great to see you again.
I appreciate it.
Just thinking about developing these spatial surfaces of heat, like sensing this temperature, any approaches that you might share with us on how to begin to do that?
For
data collection, for analysis.
To share for audience, like what's your audience for that?
Yeah, for collecting data to communicate how hot these different surfaces can be in our local communities.
I think the best model that I've seen at the community level is in New Orleans. They were frustrated with the lack of city response. So the communities took it on their own, and send me an email, I'm happy to share this with you. They took it upon themselves, and they went out beginning last summer, and they began to actively, door to door, with some of this information and sound bites. That's where I think we need to be at the community level. Because when I hear elderly people in high-risk Dallas communities telling me, well, I just need I need a tree, or I need help with my air conditioning, that's just the tip of the iceberg, right? It's much more complicated. And so what I think needs to happen, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel, right? I mean, there are some good paradigms, burgeoning as they may be, but that's the best model that I've seen, and I think for that purpose, that would be a really good place to start. And I'll just really quickly add on, my partner and I, in this nightmare of a federal government where we've lost all environmental and public health funding and resources and staff, really had to take stock. What are we doing? What we're going to do is we're going to continue work that we started last summer, working specifically on the human rights and equity issues for heat. And we will be collecting qualitative stories because that's what's missing. And I'll say, as a quick follow-up to that, one of the other really unique programs that I'm seeing upcoming for this summer is, as I mentioned, and you know this, the public health messaging, you can't just throw it out, right? So what Austin is doing, they appreciate that perspective, and part of their outreach this summer is they're going to have researchers in the community with the homeless documenting, collecting qualitative data. What does this look like for you? Look, if we close down cooling centers at 6 or at 7, and we know that we've got a compound, right, well, that doesn't work. Right? So we need to be able to start drilling this down and making it applicable. And so I think that that's a way to do that. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jones.
So thank you again, Dr. Jones, for that information, very enlightening. One of the big things I took out from not only this session but some of this Q&A is just wanted to reiterate again, our climate symposium hosted by the city is an opportunity for us to connect as community, to bring together the expertise, the knowledge, the opportunity, and the resources. So I wanted to quickly shout out the universities that are present. We have University of Texas Arlington, University of Texas Dallas, Southern Methodist, TCU, Dallas Baptist, University of Dallas. So when we talk about the education, we talk about research, we talk about students getting involved, there are opportunities here and they're represented in this room. I know we don't have name tags printed out today, but that's an opportunity for us to engage, to connect, put names with faces, and to work and collaborate in the future. So that's an opportunity for all of us to continue to move forward. I want us to just dive into our next session for the day. It is climate, local agriculture, and health: the growing impacts on food systems. I want to introduce and bring up our urban agriculture manager, Rebecca Siebert, who's going to moderate this next panel.
Thanks, Opang. Just for everybody, a really quick resource that I wanted to mention based on the last speaker. We did recently release our Urban Heat Island study. So, Maritza, where can people find that at?
The maps are up on DallasClimateAction.com, and we have a screen in the back that will be displaying the maps if you want to interact with them a little bit later. And, yeah.
Anyways, in terms of, grad students and what we can point people to, we actually have these maps of what heat looks like, both ambient and surface level temperatures. And that was done earlier this year and just released in the last couple weeks. So here with me today, I have some friends. First, I'm going to introduce Miss Kelsiana Hollis-Hansen, Dr. Kelsiana Hollis-Hansen. She is an assistant professor of public health at UT Southwestern Medical Center and director of the Nutrition Incentives and Community Health Lab. Her work broadly focuses on identifying and implementing whole food system strategies to support better patient and community health outcomes. Please give her a hand. And up here, also a good friend, Dr. Owen Lynch. He is an associate professor in the Meadows School of Arts at Southern Methodist University. He's also the co-founder and executive director of Restorative Farms. His work focuses on asset-based community development, health equity, fresh food access, and restorative justice issues. Please give him a hand. Awesome. Okay. And then, as Opang said, I'm Rebecca Siebert. I manage our comprehensive urban agriculture plan. If you haven't heard about that or you don't know about it and you want to, let's chat. I could do my own session, but we're not here for that today. So my first question is going to be for Kelsiana, and I'm actually going to sit down, but let me just slide this out a little bit. Kelsiana, please tell us about yourself, the spaces you're operating in, and maybe why you do the work that you do.
Yeah, hi, good morning. Thanks for being here. Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah, so as Rebecca mentioned, I'm an assistant professor at UT Southwestern Medical Center, and I'm also an affiliate faculty member of the Harold C. Simmons Cancer Center. Most of my work falls into what is now being branded as food as medicine. Many of us have been working in this space for about 15 years, so it's pairing direct access to nutritious foods with behavioral strategies that can help to encourage to eat healthier foods. So things like culinary medicine or nutrition education or behavioral choice theory to encourage people to select the healthier options. And I do that with a number of different patient populations. So medically tailored meals, for example, we provide to our patients receiving infusion services because they may have a harder time preparing food during that time. Medically tailored groceries and produce prescriptions we provide to our patients receiving treatment for type 2 diabetes or hypertension. So that's a lot of the kind of on-the-ground work, and I do that both in the medical center but also in the community in partnership with Crossroads Community Services and hopefully other food pantries across the DFW area soon as well. And then I also do some policy, food policy related evaluations. I recently did a systematic review looking at COVID related flexibilities on SNAP and WIC and how that increased participation and redemption of benefits. And I'm just generally very passionate about food policy related advocacy and food systems advocacy work. If any of you attend, I guess the last part of your question is why I'm passionate about these things. So if any of you attended the DIG Summit, I know I see some familiar faces. I shared about this more in depth, but I have a very personal connection to the work that I do. So my father has very severe schizophrenia, and my parents were very young when I was born and had many challenges with food security in my early life that made it so I had inconsistent access to nutritious foods all growing up. And so I care because I have lived it. I know what it feels like, and I want to ensure that every community that I live in going forward has direct access to nutritious foods to live healthier and happier lives.
Yes, I love Dr. Kelsiana Hollis-Hansen. I'll probably just call you Kelsiana from here on out, if that's okay. She did mention the DIG Summit, which is the Dallas Inner City Growers Summit. If you guys haven't heard of that, it's coming up in October again of this year. It's basically a nexus for everybody across the food system to be in one place talking about items like clinical research related to food access and how that impacts things like mind, body, soul, like mental health impacts of that. And of course, farmer livelihoods, production methods, etc. So that's my shameless plug. Before I ask Owen the same question, can you tell us what you do and a little bit about maybe why you do it?
Picking up, I think every community deserves to have access to healthy, fresh food and jobs that give dignity and also help their communities. And so that's really what got me passionate about asset-based community development as a systems theorist. I was working at the Hunt Institute as a senior research fellow in the engineering and humanity, and I started studying and having experts come in talking about farming and the pending crisis that's happening in industrial farms. Also recognizing that while that crisis is happening, we already have a very large food desert in Dallas, one of the largest, and over 400,000 people living within those food deserts in Dallas communities. And while working in those communities, I was often being asked on what local solutions can work and how can we use urban farming and urban gardening to fill some of those gaps. And what I realized was it's really difficult. And it really needs a large-scale, systematic solution if it's going to have the impact that's going to be needed. And so I was angry that the waste of resources in South Dallas and other areas in Dallas that could be used to address this issue. And I was afraid. And I'm afraid about what's coming. And it's related to heat, but it's related to the current practices that we've been using, which have fed us but are unsustainable in the future. And we're not paying attention, and we're not making those changes necessary in time. So climate change, just like climate change, we knew it was coming, but we didn't adjust quickly enough. The agriculture changes and pressures are going to come faster. And so having an urban agriculture person in the city, having urban agriculture dig conferences, having people focusing on local food systems and how we can start making our own communities more resilient and grow food at scale and create jobs locally and utilize the resources that are currently here, including labor, land, etc. That became not just a side interest of mine, it became a passion. And when I received tenure at SMU, I went to my board of directors and my dean, and I said, I'm going to switch over from pure academic research, and I'm going to devote the rest of my career and life to creating solutions that can be scaled not only in Dallas but across the country. And so I've dedicated my time and my passion to those interests because I'm looking what's coming, and I see the people every day in the communities that are going to hit hardest first. We already have huge areas of our communities that are not served, and when the pressure comes on and the interest rates go up and food becomes more expensive and nutritional quality goes down and access to healthy food becomes harder, those communities that are already bereft are going to be even further. So if we don't act now, and we don't act quickly, and we don't act with scaled solutions, I'm worried about what's going to happen. So sorry, a little Debbie Downer, but it's out of a sense of urgency, and it's out of a sense of love for the people I've worked with. And lastly, I was asked. So I constantly got asked, what about urban growing? What about urban farming? What works? Everywhere I went. And all of my research, and John Hopkins looks at this and thoroughly at looking at small community gardens or small community farms or other projects, and what they find is they're great for community building, they're really good for education, but as food solutions, they're not enough. We need systematized, scalable, job-producing agriculture that's local, and that requires a bigger plan, more resources, more strategy, and people working together. So that's my new mission.
Wow, thanks, Owen. He basically already answered the next question that I wanted to ask, but we're going to ask it anyways because I want to provide additional context into this topic. So, Owen, in your research and within your lived insights within the food system, would you say that we need local farming here in Dallas, which I think you just touched on that a lot, but maybe you can also provide a little insight into like the global food system and some of these impacts that we've seen through climate change and heat?
So there's a couple things. What's happening with industrial farming? What are the costs? So we can go through the classic land, air, water. Land, the whole entire world is dependent on 4 or 5 inches of topsoil. That topsoil is packed with most of the life on the planet, which is microbial health. That's the basis of our nutrition. We're depleting that. We're depleting it at a rate that is unsustainable. And one of the things we've done is by monocropping, we're taking the land and we're tilling it, we're putting in chemicals, and we're not having the biodiversity in that field to stop pests. And what that's doing is destroying that soil and releasing all the sequestered carbon every year back up into the atmosphere. And so our soil is at an incredible risk. We need to let it go fallow. As Roosevelt said, a country that destroys its soil destroys itself. So when we think about soil at that level, we need to have regenerative local agriculture to fill the gap for the soil degradation that we're doing. We also can then look at water. The chemicals that we're putting onto our fields that we're using for monocropping is then also leaching into our waterways and creating blooms in the ocean. We're calling dead zones. Also, 90% of drinking water has the nitrates in it from the runoff from fields. The other thing that we're doing is we're using too much water and we're using it inefficiently. 90% of the vegetables that you eat come from the Colorado River. Those estimates were based on a 1922 high point. We're currently at a low point due to climate change, and we're running out of water. 70% of all Colorado River use is agricultural. So all of these on water, air. So what happens with air is that as we sequester carbon into the air, it gets hotter. We're also, the methane from our cathodes, which is where we put our cows, that's having a huge contribution to the climate and CO2 effect of greenhouse emissions. 30% of all greenhouse emissions come from agriculture. About 5% of all greenhouse emissions come from what we call food miles, which is bringing those foods from far away into our cities. Dallas was created post railroads, so we don't have local farming. We bring our food in from far, far away. What that means is we're more dependent on other places in the world that are becoming, well, with tariffs, it's going to become more expensive, but also as these areas become more stretched due to climate change and lack of water, that's going to increase those carbon footprints of our food, increase the price of food, increase the need for packaging and plastics, so anyway. Rosy, but so the outside is becoming a desert, and we have deserts in Dallas that are called food deserts that have plenty of land and labor that we can grow food for ourselves. So there's a solution.
How many of you guys just learned something? Can I see a raise of hands? Did anybody? Yeah, this guy is a plethora. If you haven't had a conversation with him, I highly recommend. Okay, so yeah, you highlighted a lot of the negatives of basically big ag, industrialized agriculture. Can you briefly touch on, and those are at global scales, and we do have a very global food system, less than 1%, and don't quote me on this because it hasn't been researched, so if we have grad students that want to research it, everyone gets one, right? Thank you. Less than 1% of the food we're eating in Dallas comes from not only Dallas, but Texas. It's, like he said, it's all being watered from the Colorado River, and then the breadbasket of America is in California, and then we don't eat seasonally. We want our chili, or we want our blueberries from Chile in December, so everything is globalized. Can you just, in a matter of moments, touch on some of the positive impacts of local agriculture that you've seen through restorative, but then also some of the responses of all the implications you just mentioned?
Okay. I'll be really quick because I don't want to over-inundate you. But you can come down to Restorative Farms, which is at Todd, on Todd Street, and you can come see modern technology being used, like the tap kit, which is we've used from Israel, doing NFT floating lettuce production, which uses far less water. You can see people being trained on regenerative agriculture, which the whole point of that is you put more back into the soil than you take out. You do crop diversity as well as rotations rapidly with the seedling farm so that you maximize space and production. We feed about 4,000 people a week from our farm for about 42 weeks a year. That's 1% of the food desert. So that's the challenge. We have the opportunity working with DART to put farms all the way down the DART line. We're purposely on the DART line to increase the ability for accessibility for our workers, but also other people who want to visit. And DART have been really generous and fantastic partners, as well as Cosmos Energy and so many others who've really supported this work. Lastly, what can we learn? The place I think we can learn the most from is Israel. Israel uses 25% of its land mass for production of agriculture. Their vegetable and fruit consumption is 5 times what the per capita is in Texas, yet 90% of the food that they eat is grown in Israel. And so, in fact, they say 98%, but of the vegetables and fruits that they eat are grown in Israel, where 75% of our land mass in Texas is used for agriculture, and we import 93% of our vegetables and fruits. So we have a system that's designed for exploitation, exporting foods that can be shipped, not for growing local healthy foods for people that is most needed. And I think Israel really has done the R&D, and we're adopting it on our farms to really help us grow at that scale and teach local people how to be able to use those systems and grow efficiently and utilize resources with less environmental impact for the most environmental return on investment. So that's our goals and what we've had success on doing at Restorative Farms. Most of our employees are formerly incarcerated. We do not utilize that labor source enough. People are looking for dignity. They want to help their communities. They're looking to grow better lives. And by providing second chances and career development and growth, we can not only grow food, but we can grow people. So we really have an opportunity to not only feed ourselves, but grow a local job system with dignity. And I think that's really an important and valuable lesson.
Thank you, Owen. So we've been on a little bit of a roller coaster already in this conversation. That's the trade-offs in this space. I want to ask Dr. Hilsiana. So in your, I'm curious if you've seen, we talked about a number again of those negative impacts. Have you seen this in the health industry? And have you seen a need for locally grown food in your clinical research?
Yeah, so I think the U.S. food system as it currently stands, we're probably all very aware, is having a negative impact on our life and our health. So through the climate-related changes that Owen was speaking about, like soil degradation and pollution and food waste and water waste, we're lacking access to more nutritious food options, and that pollution is having a direct impact on the nutritional quality of the food provided to us. And when it has to be transported long distances, if it's picked fresh and has to travel a long way and it's not refrigerated as properly, it does start to lose some of the nutritional quality of that food. And so what that means is right now, 7 of our 10 top leading causes of death in the United States are diet related, directly diet related, right? Our number 1 is heart disease. Our number 2 and number 3 kind of go back and forth, but cancer, we have cerebrovascular diseases. All of those are diet sensitive and can be treated with dietary adaptations. Well, pharmaceuticals also benefit. It is both really that are needed. So yes, right now we see all of the negative impacts where we have a large national and global burden of these chronic diseases. And then we also have kind of indirect effects of these foods on some of the other 3, right? So one is accidental injuries. That includes things like suicide, which continues to increase. And there is research showing that what we eat impacts our mood and how we're feeling. There are obviously genetic components of that as well, but potentially people are looking at using like food as medicine strategies and some of the things I was talking about in my first response to work with communities that are experiencing mental health burdens and also comorbidities with chronic diseases. So people with heart disease, for example, and hypertension, kind of like the precursors to more severe heart disease, are shown to have higher rates of depression, for example. So we can think about kind of using local food systems and these whole system efforts to address some of those health problems. So one of the things that my work is focused on and many others are considering are how we can leverage food from the local food system to provide directly to community members for a number of reasons. One, as Owen alluded to, it creates jobs back in the community, so on the farms as well as along the food supply chain and through food retailers. And then, employment and income is a non-medical driver of health, right? So that has a direct benefit on those communities in, reducing improving their ability to also buy healthier foods for themselves. So that's one way. And then there's also the direct impact on the patients themselves that receive, the medically tailored groceries or produce prescriptions. In addition to traditional medical care, it's a complement. We're not saying like, let's get rid of all of these things, but let's add on. And then I think just through the getting people to think about it as a whole food system, and then on the food waste reduction side, that then also has climate related benefits as well. So again, reducing that transportation across the United States, reducing the pollution that's related to that then also has impact on our climate here in Dallas.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
And I think right there you saw why food is such an important discussion point. Because we're going from the body, then the mind, then wellness to community, right, then to global environmental issues, right? And just all discussion of food is intricate, all of it. As you talk about everything's connected. But food is part of everything, and by addressing food, we can address all of these points, and then obviously labor and job and dignity. All of those aspects, all interconnected, all simply as we see through the prism of food, and everybody gets food. North Dallas needs a more sustainable, healthy, fresh food system. South Dallas desperately needs one. We're all connected, and everyone understands the importance of food and community. So I just want to reiterate how important your work is in making those full connections from all the way from the environmental impact to the individual body impact.
Yeah, so Owen brings up a good point, and if you feel like you're sitting in this room and you're like, I don't really know how I connect to, what can I do about heat? I work this 9 to 5 and I sit behind a computer. What could I do about like local food systems or like, reducing those impacts? Well, that's like the brilliance about the environmental space. We all eat, most of us 3 times a day, some of us less, especially on days like today. All of us breathe. We all drink water. We all touch the ground. The lack of decision is a decision. So you are involved in these spaces. And I wanted to bring up, I think, Dr. Calciani, you had some preliminary research from a recent clinical study. Did you want to share some of that? Is it positive? Do we want to know about it?
Yes. Well, so as is all research, it's complicated, but we did do American Heart Association has been a great funder of this work, and so they funded us to do a trial with 210 patients that either had hypertension, dyslipidemias, or high blood or type 2 diabetes. Sorry, I'm like hypertension, high blood pressure; those are the same thing. But anyways, one of these 3 chronic conditions, or all of up to all of the above, they were patients at Parkland Health, our local safety net health system, and the CV Roman Clinic, and our research team, was in the lobby as many days as they would allow us to be, so typically 3 days a week, and patients that were interested would come approach, and then our team would explain the program to them, and then they were randomized to one of 3 groups. So they either received usual services from Crossroads Community Services, medically tailored groceries, or medically tailored groceries plus food resource coaching. Food resource coaching is a program developed by Crossroads and one of my collaborators, Dr. Tammy Leonard. And it basically just helps people that are receiving food from Crossroads to learn about different strategies for food procurement that they may be not as familiar with. They learn like budgeting techniques, meal planning, they get employment resources. One of our participants actually had to drop out of the study because she got a job. So even though that's like a negative thing for our research, it's a positive thing, really, because she became, her income level was too high to continue participating. But what we found was that most participants loved the program. We had an 80% retention, so that's actually pretty high for communities that are under-resourced. So 80% of the people that started with us finished the study and got food from Crossroads. We found significant, like both statistically and clinically significant improvements in food and nutrition security, but that was across all groups. I think part of the reason for that is because this was a pop-up market for Crossroads, and the inventory in general was very nutritious. Like, it's hard to think about saying, okay, we're going to provide people we know have chronic diseases with the option to get like candy. So we had things that aren't typically available, like they weren't available to people. So it was kind of like a floor effect where like everybody has access to the same thing in some ways. But what we did find for our food resource coaching group is just, a lot better like awareness of, as I was saying, like what the program was intended to do about where to find additional food resources. And we do see a trend where that group has greater improvements in diet and some health related outcomes, as well as like financial security and so overall it is promising. Like nothing was our within effects, or for non-researchers speak, like from beginning to end are all very strong. Some of our between effects where we're comparing between the groups are not as strong, but I think part of that, like I said, is because everyone had access to nutritious food. So they all, had Crossroads provides up to $250 per month for a family of 4, for example, of food. So everybody was getting, more nutritious food.
Thanks. This is actually a great segue. My next question is talking about access to food, what actions do you think we need to integrate local foods into people's diets? And this is for both of y'all, so I don't know who wants to jump in first.
Kelsiana did an amazing thing for us, Restorative Farms. She recognized that we're producing a large amount of food, and she connected us to the UT Southwestern vendors to see if we could become a vendor for them for their hospital systems and cafes. And we're still working through that process. Universities, there are many here today. Students are looking and desperate for healthy, fresh food. So one of the things we can do is, as vendors, is we can think about where do we locally source. Studies show that the institutions have the buying power, and if they have the will, they can't compare the lettuce we create to the lettuce they're buying from a farm 1,000 miles away. It's usually, on average, actually, it's 1,500 miles, and it's 21 days old, by the way. So they can't compare the food that we're growing. So they, putting us an open bid against those is we're going to lose. But we're not going to lose by much. And as inflation goes up, we won't lose for long. But giving us those markets that will enable us to, we have the supply right now. We can meet that demand, and then giving us the investment for us to create more supply and more jobs and get that virtuous circle of markets and supply going, and that will support more farms. We need these farms to be economically viable. And we need people to take the risk on buying locally and taking just a little bit more time and a little bit more focus and diligence in what they're buying. That's on a large level. On an individual level, it's try to shop locally, support your local farmers. You're welcome to come to the farm at Restorative Farms every second Saturday and pick up a bag of vegetables and harvest for yourself, or go on our website, sign up for a CSA or salad pack that you can pick up from our farm. There's lots of local growers. We also aggregate from other growers as well. But really start to get to know your farmers, see what's not available in Dallas. Dallas does not have a lot compared to other cities. We need to encourage that with our dollars. You only get out of a system what you invest into a system. We need to invest in our local farm system, and we're going to need our institutions to make that first gap spending for us. That's going to be a crucial. But once we get that virtuous circle going, we have the interested people in the system to be able to do it.
Yeah, and so it's going to sound like maybe this was planted, but I truly mean this. There's picture evidence. But they were on campus a few weeks ago as a part of this initiative of us working together, and I purchased some of the lettuce, and it lasted like 3.5 weeks. And so I'm a huge H-E-B fan. I drive extra time to get to the H-E-B, but none of the lettuce that I buy from H-E-B lasts me 3.5 weeks. So it's true that local food really is, fresh, nutritious, long-lasting. Thanks. But to Owen's point, I really think we need more funding for local farmers. And so I think there's a couple different ways that I know that, is a very basic response, but there's many ways that we can think about this. So different, local and state policies around purchasing from local farms is one, but then also using our institutional and organizational buying power. And we need to find a way to incentivize those businesses as well for purchasing local, whatever that looks like, maybe differences in taxes or subsidies or some sort of recognition at the city, like Rebecca and I were talking about, just different branding that can be done of organizations that are buying and purchasing local foods. We know that kind of purchasing from larger retailers can be cheaper, and we know that the reality is for some businesses that has to be the case, but for some others it doesn't. So like for UT Southwestern, for example, on our what's called our auxiliary services side, they don't have to actually make a profit because that's a value add to the institution. It's how they recruit faculty, staff, and students, is providing these food services. They just have to break even. They can't spend more. So we do actually have like a margin where we can purchase more locally grown food at cost rather than having the farmers to have to take a big hit to provide to us as well. I mention that because some of you in the room might also be at an organization that's like that. Like I was talking to one of my daughter's friends, and he's a chef at an organization that provides food to lawyers, right? And I was sharing, that we had made this connection, and he was like, oh, I don't actually have to make a profit either because I'm also a value add service. And I was like, great, you should start buying locally, right? So that's the other thing too is, thinking about how we can do this at our organization, but then also talking about it too so that more people become aware of some of these strategies.
Thank you. And so for those of you wondering where could I buy local food, we, again, another shameless plug, DallasClimateAction.com/food access has a Urban Agriculture and Community Health Explorer map on it. It's a GIS map, and you can see all of the agriculture in the city of Dallas. My division manages that map. So it has, when we first started out, there was about 15 acres of land under production within the city of Dallas, and we've been tracking that for a little over a year and a half now, and we've added another 8 acres, which doesn't sound like a lot, but that's, most people are growing. How big is your farm, Owen? Like an acre?
About an acre.
Right. They're one of the larger producers in Dallas. Most people are on a quarter acre. There's Dallas half-acre farm. His size of his farm is in the name. So there are a number of people producing in the area. There's obviously the White Rock Farmers Market. There is good local markets. There's St. Francis.
St. Michael's.
St. Michael's, thank you. There's a lot of CSAs. If you guys are wondering about that and you need resources, talk to any of us. At this point, I am actually going to open it up to the audience for questions. I'm going to steal one of y'all's mics, I think, and then you guys can just share, and I'll hand these out. Oh, okay. I'm going to start right here, and then I'll move over to you, Dr. Lockman.
Thank you. Really, really, really good studies that you guys are doing, and a lot of help for the community. I have a question about this also requires a cultural change, right? And so when we talk about cultural changes, cost, and also the way of cooking and things like that, but it also involves children too. So I'm curious about how you're working with schools to kind of have better health with food that's offered in schools. Especially, I'm thinking of disparaged communities, underserved communities. Sometimes that's the one meal that they get that's really good. And so, how do you work with schools like that?
One of the things we do know is if you want to have a treatment of someone with a chronic health disease, you have to provide enough food for the whole family. Someone's not going to make a salad for themselves and not feed their child. So one of the things we make sure is that when we provide food packages for community members, we provide it for a family of 4. If they have more, we make sure they have more access to food. We have interns from Dallas DISD, a part of the City Lab project, and they come in and they're learning how to become urban agriculturalists. And so we'd love to get into programs like DISD. Once again, their budgets and their food providers make that really difficult. We have open Saturdays every second Saturday at the farm where people can come harvest and pay what they can, recommend $1 an ounce. And then at that we have experts and horticulture and farmers who can help them learn about growing. One of the things that's really fascinating is that if kids see food being grown and they look at the plant, they're much more likely to eat it. And then they'll try it. And so, especially in communities that don't have access to a lot of fresh fruits and vegetables, a lot of times they don't know what those fruit and vegetables are. And so that's something, too, that just having a local farm around in their community that they can go to can pay wellness dividends that are hard to measure, but are there.
Yeah, and I think that is really important because I can attest, like I mentioned from my own childhood, like I did not know or try an avocado, a beet, a rhubarb until I was an adult. Like a kohlrabi, I didn't even know how to pronounce that. So I think early exposure is really important. For us, it is also considering, and that's why when we're working with communities that are under-resourced and populations that might not have more severe illness that requires like that medically tailored meal, we do try to do the groceries because it is then for the whole household. We don't want people to have to be sacrificing eating that more nutritious meal. I think when it comes to providing food that is for whole families too, it's also providing recipes that are family friendly, that are quick to prepare. We do a lot of cultural tailoring. My team is representative of the community in many different ways themselves, and so like when they're picking recipes that we're going to provide, like they're thinking about, well, would this work in my own household, for example? Like one of my team members was a member of the pantry that we work with, actually, and she's Latina, so she's picking and she lives in a multi-generational household with her children and her grandchildren, and so getting her feedback on like what recipes should we provide as a part of this this program is really crucial and essential. So I think a number of those different ways. And then I just personally try to do as much community outreach as possible. I'm running a track club right now in my daughter's school, so that's really fun. And yeah, as much as we can interface and talk and connect with the schools, I think definitely a great benefit.
I'll add to that. We recently did a grant partnership with Dallas County Health and Human Services, and it awarded funding for urban agriculture infrastructure. 14 sites were awarded. Restorative Farms was one of them. Another one was Independent Farms, and they are activating various climate-smart growing at 8 different schools. And we have a list of those schools if you're interested in it. I will say also, whenever we launched the Comprehensive Urban Agriculture Plan, we mapped out, like I said, growing sites, meal sites, food banks, all that stuff on the map I was telling you about earlier. When we did request to map school farms or school gardens, it became a liability item, so we are not able to identify, but there are a number of schools that have growing sites on them. And then just one other is North Texas Kimamon. What is Kimamon's? It's like North Texas School Gardens, and that's all she does is school garden education. So if you're interested, she's on Instagram, and she has a website, North Texas School Garden. Dr. Lockman, and then I have another gentleman here in the back.
So those of you who know my involvement in food know that I got interested because the Reverend Peter Johnson mentioned to me that he liked what I'd done on air quality, but that food security was a bigger problem in Dallas. One of the things I haven't heard either of you talk about much is the role of faith-based community. From my standpoint, I'm at the Temple Shalom Garden virtually every Sunday. It's the only place in the world I know where I can sling dirt, and it's a good thing. I haven't heard much mention of the role of faith-based organizations. I'd also like to hear how that fits with the theology and the spiritual-based message, if you can.
Yeah, so we do a lot of outreach with faith-based organizations. Actually, in particular, one of my closest collaborators and another project lead on the study I was just sharing about is Dr. Jacqueline Albin, and she actually does do her culinary medicine classes at churches in the southern sector of Dallas. And then we also do, different recruitment or like one-time events. So I'm invited all the time kind of to go out and talk about what nutritious foods are most appropriate for different chronic diseases, for example. So definitely a key component, and I really appreciate that you bring in the spiritual aspect, because sometimes it is a really great, behavior change is hard, right? Like, I think all of us can think about 10 things we would rather eat sometimes than kohlrabi, for example. So I think when you present it through a community that is trusted, and you're kind of working and focusing on how nourishing food is good for the spirit as well. And there's different aspects of different religious texts, for example, that many religious leaders I've spoken with have used to motivate people to eat healthier. So I think that it's a very important space, and somewhere that we are already doing work, but I think could be expanded even further.
Yeah, obviously, Temple Shalom, thank you for mentioning them. They actually are a partner of ours. We provide both consulting and seeds, but more importantly, they're an outlet for us for our salad packs and our CSAs in northern Dallas. So they actually bring our food. We take our food up there every week, and they distribute it out to their congregation. So, and we've looked at and worked with other faith-based organizations on how they can improve and grow. We've put some plans together in the past of how to coordinate multiple faith-based gardens and have one farmer go and manage their farms for them, which could be a really interesting model. I think the place where we do some of our best work I'm proud of is we've done 6 years. We've managed Austin Street Shelter's farm, and that farm has been going for us now for a long time, providing food and a space of wellness for their clients. And so those kind of works, I think, are really valuable, tying those two scriptures. But I think, as Kelsey Ann probably said it the best, is that faith is a place of community and trust. and then that's a good platform in which to build change. And so I think they are key partners in Dallas that can help us with this mission.
The gentleman here in the back, and then we'll go to Paul and back up.
Can you hear me? I just have a question about aquaponic farming within households. I know that a lot of people have been migrating to do that for their own sustainable, self-contained food sources. Questions are, how will that affect the water systems that we know? I know we want to make sure that we don't want to take too much water out of the ecosystem, and if correcting rainwater is still a controversial topic to say, to keep those fish alive that will then fertilize those vegetables that we plan to grow.
So for people a little unfamiliar with what aquaponics is versus hydroponics versus aeroponics, aquaponics is when you grow fish, and then the fish waste is then used to feed the plants, and you put that through a filter to convert the waste into the nutrients that the plants need. It's a closed-loop system. Aeroponics is one that mists air with the nutrients the plants need, and you've seen those in the coils, and they can be quite efficient in a household. And hydroponics is with water, and you have the nutrients the plants need that run over the roots and feed the plants through that way. Collecting rainwater for your garden at home is perfectly fantastic use. I do it myself. It's for commercial farming. We can't do. We have to be very careful if we're going to do that, so we don't. But if you're doing it at home, I highly recommend it. Growing in your household, obviously, you're going to reduce the food miles. Before refrigeration, which is really not that old, 40% of our food and vegetables came from our own backyards. And we look at the statistics of the war. I grew up in London, and we still see the Victory Gardens as a kid in the bomb shelters, and the bomb sites. And so those are gone now, obviously. But what we used to do is feed ourselves, when we say locally, in our backyard. We can support you at restorative farms with soil growing and seedlings that are appropriate for the season, and everything you need to grow in about 10 minutes. You can have a garden in your backyard through our Grow Box program. Hydroponic and aquaponic at home, if you buy the kits, they can work. If you get it wrong, you can really get it wrong. And fish die very quickly. They have really sensitive systems, and I'm happy to talk to you about it much more in detail. But if you have the time and you're a tinkerer and you really enjoy, I love my egg for grilling. It's not efficient, but I love tinkering and playing with it, so I get really good at it. It's kind of like that. You have to be passionate and a tinkerer. It's not going to be a solution for everybody, but but they are really valuable home kits if you're interested in that. I'm happy to discuss my thoughts on those with you as a solution for everybody in the city. I think that they're a little too complicated, and the diseases, if they're not done right, I worry about. But soil farming, easy. If people have the support and an expert they can go to and ask questions and get seedlings, fertilizer, pesticides, etc. that they'll need that are natural. They need to know all of that stuff, and there are people who can help them. The Texas A&M Master Gardening classes all over the city are more than willing to sit and do community workshops and help people. We do it at our farm every second Saturday. So.
Have time for another question. We will be breaking for lunch at this moment. Just a quick update about lunch. So lunch will be upstairs in the Imperial Ballroom. We'll be having a plated lunch with the rest of the EarthX attendees to listen to our keynote speaker for today, General Petraeus. We'll be heading over together to get to the third floor. It's the elevator bay from the doors you just came in. You are allowed to leave your stuff in here if you would like, or you can take it with you. Just a few things about lunch. There will be reserved tables towards the back. We have 17 tables for our symposium. They will say City of Dallas, North Texas Climate Symposium, a mixture of those words. Encourage you all to sit together as close as possible to engage and discuss, ask your questions at that point. And then at 1:15, we'll be reconvening in this room to continue our program, to continue our topic about health and climate change. We'll be talking about climate migration. So thank you all. And then one last thing. Everyone should look on their left or right wrist. You should have a gray wristband that says EarthX. If you do not have one, come see me. That's your ticket to lunch. That's all I have. Thank you all. And I'll see you all in about an hour.
Garrett, tell me that receiver down there is 46050. 48050. Yep. Okay, that Dunnings are paired with 46050.
It's not that cold anymore outside. It's really
Because it's probably getting interference.
Are all three of those turned on?
They're all turned on, but none of them, you can see the frequency on the LED readout.
So which one is supposed to be connected to that?
Well, that's the thing. We got to sort of do a process of elimination.
Yeah. So what number is this? 485. 485 150? Yes. That's that one. That's bottom. Okay. What's
This is 213, 214.
That's gonna be this. That's gonna be this receiver.
350s right there.
So this one can be paired with that one. 'Cause those two are that. Those two are that.
All right. So in that case, this is pair it with that one.
Right. It's getting some. Yeah. So I would change it to 49375.
And then let John Morris know, because he's got a list of the frequencies which are okay to use. He can stay out of them. Okay.
Yeah.
check. Plum room. Frequencies. Right, radio frequencies, that's what got it.
Check, 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 check. Test, test, 1, 2, mic check. Mic check, mic check.
Mic check.
I'm in. Check, 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 check. This is Aaron Harvey. I'm in the plum room. So if anyone hears this, I'm in the plum room, and I'm with Encore. If there's any crosstalk, doing some live stuff, thank you, bye.
Test, test, mic check.
Test, test, mic check. Check, 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 mic check. Test, 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 1, 2. Check, 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 mic check. Test, 1, 2. Testing, testing, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey. Test, 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 mic check. 1, 2. Test, 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 mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey. Check, check, check. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mic check. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mic check, check, check. 1, 2. Test, test.
Test 1, 3.
Test 1 and 3.
Test 1, 3.
Test 1 and 3. Test 1 and 3. Test 1 and 3. Test 1 and 3. Test 1 and 3. Test 1 and 3. Test 1 and 3. Test 1 and 3. Test 1 and 3. Test 1 and 3. Testing.
Testing.
Testing. Testing. Testing.
That's easy.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to do a chat between myself and Commissioner Shea, and then we do welcome questions. So start thinking. If you have some prepared, that's great. I'm going to open it up at the end for that. So we're here to talk about climate mobility. And I guess first up, what is climate mobility, and how should we understand this concept?
It's really climate dislocation. And I imagine that it's something that people in the room may have already experienced. So if you've had to temporarily leave home because of the threat of floods, or maybe the freeze, Winter Storm Uri, all your power was out and it was too cold to stay in your home, just raise your hand if you've been, even temporarily dislocated from your home because of some kind of extreme weather event. And that's really what we're talking about. It's the impacts, the increasingly destructive impacts of our changing climate and how they will affect all of us. I live in Austin. I've been working on this issue for 37 years in Texas, so I still have the scars to show for it. This is a tough crowd, being the land of oil and gas. But we're pretty far away from the coast, right? So we're not going to experience sea level rise and storm surge that makes it difficult to live in coastal areas. However, we are a receiving city. And I think that's not part of the calculation of the people who are planning for growth in Austin. They're not taking into account the numbers of people who will have to relocate from coastal areas as sea level rises and storm surge becomes more and more destructive. So that's just one of the factors. The dislocation driven by climate change will affect all of us in one way or another, directly or indirectly. So that's part of the context for thinking about it. It's not so much mobility, although it does cause people to have to move, either temporarily or permanently, but it really is dislocation.
Great. All right. How many people are being dislocated, and is anyone even keeping tally of that?
Well, that's a really interesting question as well. The Rand Corporation, under the first President Bush, did a study, and they literally said, well, we don't know if this is real, but if climate change is happening, what impact would it have on national security? Which is actually a really important question and an important framework for looking at climate change. Because again, even if you don't think it's real or you don't think this is something that you care very much about, it is probably the most destabilizing force in our world today. And I'll just give you a few examples. Several years back, literally 5 million Syrians were desperate to escape the civil war in Syria. And part of what was behind that, if you look back, how did Syria get to this point? There was a prolonged drought in the countryside of Syria, which meant that people who had made their living as farmers and living in more rural areas could no longer live there. They were displaced because of that prolonged and extreme drought, and they moved to the cities. The cities then became overcrowded. There were too many people. There weren't enough jobs. There wasn't enough housing. It contributed to the factors that led to civil war in Syria and forced so many people to flee. Does anyone remember seeing the photograph? It was incredibly tragic. But it was a first responder carrying a tiny child who had drowned because his family was trying to get across the Mediterranean to safety. Anybody remember seeing that photo? Part of what happened in Europe with 5 million Syrians fleeing their country caused political instability in those countries. It's part of what contributed to the rise of Viktor Orban in Hungary. And his main issue is protecting the purity of the blood of the Hungarians and opposing allowing any immigrants to enter Hungary. It's part of what led to Giorgia Meloni being elected. She's part of Mussolini's party. I mean, they haven't seen that kind of politics in Italy in a long time. And a big part of her issue was anti-immigration. It's on the rise in Germany. It's part of what's contributed to a change in politics in Holland and in the Nordic countries. So the impact of people having to flee, driven by climate change, is destabilizing in many communities, and particularly if we don't talk about it and we don't prepare for it. So one of the realities for us in Texas, scientist named Matt Hauer has done some analysis on, how many people will be displaced and be moving to Texas. And he's got different numbers, but in the Austin area, it's over 800,000 just displaced from coastal areas. Dallas-Fort Worth, it's over 170,000. And I think these figures are conservative. Do people remember Katrina in New Orleans when New Orleans flooded? They estimate a 250,000 people were permanently displaced from New Orleans. I can tell you, we benefited in Austin. We've got some great Cajun restaurants, great cooks from New Orleans. How about Hurricane Harvey? People remember Hurricane Harvey in Houston? Any of you have new neighbors from the Houston area because of that? 1.8 million people were displaced because of Hurricane Harvey. Not all of them left, but we're seeing huge impacts just in Texas, and we know this will continue. So the numbers are growing. They're not all permanently people displaced, but inland areas like Dallas-Fort Worth, like Austin, like San Antonio will be receiving cities, essentially. So we will continue to see the impacts of this.
That brings me to my very next question. How do cities prepare for something like this? This seems like a pretty astronomical shift, sporadic potentially. How do they prepare?
Well, actually, having conversations like this is a really essential starting point. This is probably one of the scariest conversations you can have with people. No one likes the idea of being forced to leave their home. But I can tell you this, if we don't talk about it and we don't prepare for it, it's going to be much more difficult than if we plan for it. We're seeing some of the realities of this already. People who are very wealthy, who probably own multiple homes, they can buy specialized insurance coverage that takes care of their losses, or their losses don't hurt them as much. Average people are being hurt. And we will begin to see the depletion of specialized funds. The National Flood Insurance Program is bordering on bankruptcy. The insurance policies that you're reading about in California that are being canceled for fire is another reality that we will start to see. Same with flood insurance policies. Lots of people have lost insurance in Florida because of the constant storms. So this is a really important conversation, and I tell people it's really scary, so I want to preface the conversation by just warning you, but would you rather that your leaders lied to you about it, or would you rather we told you so that you could begin to prepare? And that's part of the choice that we all face. But it is a conversation that people need to take home to their communities and ask the planners, ask the demographers, ask the city or the local government folks who are responsible for trying to plan for growth. Ask them, are you factoring in the people who will be dislocated because of climate change, who will likely move here? And Matt Hauer's research is useful in that regard. He's done a lot of statistical analysis and sort of figured out where in Texas people are likely to move to. Done some analysis on Florida as well. But we will always be better off if we plan for what's coming. I can tell you in Austin, we will face some pretty serious water shortages. I mean, you guys in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, had some visionary leadership. In 2022, they cut the ribbon on a $2.3 billion water pipe, 150-mile water pipe that is bringing you water from lakes in East Texas. East Texas is much wetter. They got an agreement, and you're now getting the benefit of the piping of all of this water from East Texas. Austin doesn't have that readily available. San Antonio has dropped a big well and a big straw into the Carrizo-Wilcox aquifer and is piping water from there. When they began piping it, it drew down all of the local wells around it. And that's another reality of it. Water planning in Texas is completely fragmented and, frankly, a mess. And groundwater is rule of capture. If you got a bigger straw, you can drop it deeper, you get to take all the water from under people's property. So we're going to have really serious fights over water in the future. And the scenario, the projection for the Austin area, for people who are paying attention to climate scenarios, is much hotter, much drier, and a serious lack of water for the population, which continues to grow unmanageably. And so we're having more conversations locally, but again, it's a really scary subject. Nobody in real estate wants to talk about the potential loss of water in a community, because you can't sell homes or businesses if your community is going to run out of water. So we've got to do some very serious work in Austin, and we need to have more of these kind of scary but essential conversations, both about how to conserve water better and use it more responsibly, but also where's the future water supply? And none of it's cheap, by the way. People think desal is going to solve the problem. Here's an important little kind of comparative metric. A lot of water, and this isn't absolutely true everywhere, but a lot of water is roughly in the range of $150 per acre foot, which is really cheap, because an acre foot is how much water is required to cover an acre a foot deep. So $150 an acre foot, pretty cheap. Desal, any guesses on cost of desal per acre foot? Much more is accurate. $500, somebody said. It's $2,500 to $3,000 an acre foot, and that's a conservative estimate, because you got to build the desal plant, you got to build the piping infrastructure, you got to power the energy to mostly push it uphill. So the new water supply sources in the future are all much more expensive, and they will be politically fraught, because lots of places will be looking for more water. So you'll face a lot of competition as well.
Okay, this is getting scary. How can people personally deal with this and or prepare for it?
That's the other question I get a lot, because it's scary, and I think we just need to acknowledge that. But I also think, we really have survival built into our human DNA. I told one group, humans survived the Ice Age, and somebody said, no, they didn't. And I said, well, you're here, right? So that's kind of proof that we did survive. But it's a reality of our lives. I mean, how many of you, either your parents, your grandparents, somewhere in your family chain, came here from somewhere else? Let's just see a show of hands. My grandfather came over from Ireland. Most of us have parents, grandparents, ancestors somewhere who came from somewhere else. They had to leave their homes. In most cases, they were very difficult journeys, but they survived, or we wouldn't be here. So I think that's a useful frame of mind for people, because this is a scary thought. But if you are paying attention to the climate scientists, and you believe them, which I do, it's important for us to just look at what they're saying. And there's an excellent series that ran in the New York Times, I think it was from 2020, looking at this question of how will climate change affect migration within the United States. And it was a 3-part series. It's really worth looking up and reading. But toward I think it was in the 3rd installment, they had a map of the U.S., roughly indicating the area of the country that will be inhabitable given extreme heat, extreme drought, extreme fires. And that region is sort of an oblong from the East Coast over to the Great Lakes, somewhere, Pennsylvania and north up to the Canadian border. And I tell my friends who live up north, you really need to be prepared. And there's interesting things happening. So Duluth, Minnesota, people know where that is. It's on Great Lakes in northern Minnesota. They are selling themselves as 98% climate proof. They want people to move to Duluth, and their pitch is, we've got all the water we need. We're right next to the Great Lakes. And so it should be a consideration. The scenarios are imprecise. You can't know exactly when things will become uninhabitably hot or without water. But a lot of the scenarios are in agreement that it's at some point past 2080. That's not too far off in the future. And the reality is we are being affected by it now. So I think part of it is to be clear-eyed about it, to be prepared, to pay attention to what we're seeing with regard to new scientific data, and to remind people that humans have moved throughout human history in response to all kinds of climactic changes. Anybody see the movie The Grapes of Wrath? Remember that? The Okies, the Dust Bowl. They had to leave Oklahoma. Right. And they weren't exactly welcome in the other places that they went to. But one of my favorite lines, and I don't mean this ironically, is when they finally found a camp in California where they were welcome, and the guy who was managing the camp said, I'm from the government and we're here to help. And I know Reagan made that a laugh line, but it is a reality of the role that the government plays, is to help people when people need help. So I think it's important to have this conversation, to be paying attention to the trends that you're seeing, paying attention to the scientists, and then also, as a local elected official, given what's happening at the federal level, the work related to climate change has really fallen heavily to local governments. And the reality there is we have all the tools and the technology to reverse climate change. What we lack is the political leadership and the political will. So I tell people, I never really saw myself being an elected official, but I also felt like I had to do something, and that local government was a place to be able to make a difference on reversing climate change, and we're doing that. At Travis County, every budget at every local government is a moral document. We've used our budget, we've looked at what is the source of our greenhouse gas emissions at the local level. Chief one is the energy used in lighting and heating and cooling our buildings. So we've invested in making the buildings more energy efficient and much more water efficient. The second highest is our fleet vehicles, because every local government has vehicles, and our employee community. Those two are tied. So we implemented a very ambitious remote work policy, because people really don't need to drive to and from work every day if they can do their work on their computer at home. And we've won some national awards for these programs. I'm very proud of them. And then we also invested in converting our fleet. As we do replacement vehicles, which happens all the time at the local government level, our commitment is to purchase electric vehicles. So we've already dramatically reduced our emissions in those three categories. So local government, think about it yourselves, or identify people who you would support to run, and then vote. We all, that is the whole point of democracy. It's the will of the governed. So, and that's us. So get involved, urge your local elected officials to take this seriously and use their budgets as moral documents to change the direction that we're in, and then have these conversations. They're critical for us to be talking about and be aware of.
All right. Do we have any questions in the audience? All right.
Thank you for being here from Austin.
You're welcome.
Welcome.
Tell us your name, too.
I'm Michael Martin, class of '83, University of Texas School of Business. There you go. So, 2 daughters living in Austin. I'm trying to get there myself now. Okay, so that's not what you want. Well, that's my broader introduction. So on the last point there about what the city is doing, because I've served on the Environmental Commission in Dallas, the city can do all the things perfectly. Your city can do all the things perfectly. The real impact and the scale is when the business community and the citizens themselves do the other measures and follow the city. Because if the city of Austin does all the things you just described perfectly, it ain't going to fix the climate problems of Austin. But if everybody's on board, so could you speak about what you're doing in Austin to get everybody else in the boat with you, aside from what you're doing with the city and county resources? Thank you.
You know, part of it is these kinds of community conversations. So, for instance, we know Austin's going to be short on water. And so I've talked a lot about the low-hanging fruit on water conservation, which is, and this is like a little party trick, what's the largest use of water in a big building like this? Anybody? Anybody? Somebody said sinks? No. Air conditioning is the answer. Most people aren't aware of it, but 90% of the water used in a large building like this is for air conditioning. And nobody drinks the water supply for the air conditioning system. And so what we've done in Austin, and I'm encouraging the local businesses to do this, the University of Texas, the state capitol complex, swap out the water supply and substitute what's known as purple pipe. And the city of Austin does this, other places have as well. They take their sewage, they treat it to the level that is required to discharge, because otherwise it would be discharged down the Colorado River. And instead of discharging it, they pipe it through purple-colored pipes so you don't mix it up with drinking water. And it's piped through the downtown so that large buildings can hook up to it as their alternative water supply for their air conditioning systems. And so we've hooked up our county buildings downtown. I'm pushing UT and the state capitol to do the same, and local businesses. And the city now has a requirement: if you're within 250 feet of a purple pipeline, you have to hook it up in a new building. But we've permanently eliminated, anybody want to guess how much water by hooking up 7 or 8 buildings? 1 million gallons. Any other guesses? 100 million. In between that, 45 million gallons of water a year permanently eliminated from the demand side. If UT and the Capitol complex hooked up, it's 1 billion gallons plus a year. And that stays in the drinking water reservoir, which is Lake Travis. So there are lots and lots of things that can be done. I think local government can lead by example and show how workable it is, because the return on investment of us doing that pays off in 5 or 6 years, and ever after that, the cost of the treated wastewater or sewage is much less than the treated drinking water. So we're saving money forever after that. So these are the kinds of things that we can do, and we can talk about it and tell people. Have you guys looked into this? Does the city of Dallas do purple pipe? Anybody know? And so Tarrant provides their treated wastewater to the airport?
The airport there gets own water. It's a municipality here.
Oh, wow. So they treat their wastewater on site and they reuse it for air conditioning.
I believe they partnered with the Trinity River Authority on that.
Well, they're brilliant. I mean, your airport has won all kinds of national, international awards for their leadership.
Dallas provides that water at 1/4 of the cost of the drinking water.
Yeah, treated sewage is less expensive. Yeah, so it's a savings. There's a business case to be made for this.
It's called, when I did the University of Houston at Clear Lake, they were using reclaimed water for their conditioning.
Yeah, it's called reclaimed water, wastewater, treated sewage, purple pipe. But that's just one of the things that can be done. And there's a huge business case to be made for it. So I've been a little surprised that businesses haven't picked up on this more readily. But there's arguments both pro-climate but pro-business for making these changes.
Do we have time for one more question? One more question. All right.
Hi.
So my question is...
And tell us your name, where you're from.
My name is Annalisa Garcia. I'm with the North Central Texas Council of Governments.
Oh, I love it. I love you guys.
So my question is, you're preparing for the influx of people due to sea level rise, hurricanes, wildfires. Are you also taking into consideration the preparation of people migrating out of your area due to things like heat?
I actually think that our local planners are not really taking into account either. And I don't know how many communities are. It's an important question to ask your local governments. I think it's just not been on people's minds. There's a lot of growth that's happening for mostly business reasons or aesthetic reasons or cultural reasons. But I think a lot of the demographers are not really looking at this other issue of how many people are likely to be literally migrating to our region because they don't want to keep rebuilding their houses in the coastal areas, or they can't get insurance for their homes anymore, or they know it's coming and they're getting ahead of it. So I think I don't think that's a standard calculation in most of the planning for growth, both the in-migration and the out-migration, because that will also start to happen. Yeah.
All right. I
Do we
think
have
we're
time?
at time, or one more at time?
I can stay and talk afterwards. I'm happy to talk with people. But
Well, thank you all so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
This is
Commissioner
lovely.
Shea.
Thank you so much.
All right. All good? Okay, excellent. Hi, everyone. We're going to start our next presentation. I'm Freddie Ortiz. I work for the Office of Environmental Quality in our Air Policy and Climate team. And for our session today, right now, it's going to be our air quality and health. So it's protecting communities from environmental hazards. On our panel today, we have Natasha Heming, registered nurse. Natasha is a master's prepared registered nurse with dual graduate degrees in nursing and business administration, and a passionate advocate for mental and child health equity, with over a decade of experience spanning clinical practice, education, health system consulting, and research. Natasha brings a dynamic and holistic perspective to improving health care outcomes for women and children. All right. Next, we have Dr. Sade Afalabi. Dr. Afalabi is a pediatric pulmonologist at Children's Health and is an associate professor at UT Southwestern Medical Center. She specializes in chronic lung disease, cystic fibrosis, and ventilator dependency. Sorry about that. Dr. Afalabi earned her medical degree at the UT Southwestern, and Dr. Afalabi has published widely on pediatric lung issues, including home ventilator settings for children, probiotic aspiration pneumonia, and e-cigarettes and vaping. And we also have Dr. Barry Lockman. Dr. Lockman is a nationally recognized leader in healthcare for the underserved. He has over 50 years experience in providing care, program development, and administration and advocacy for underserved populations. He has over 25 years experience as a managed care medical director. He is nationally recognized for his leadership in the management of asthma and preterm birth prevention. All right. Thank you. So, Dr. Afalabi, would you like to talk about your work in this field, in this area?
So I'm also getting my master's in public health, and one of my professors is Dr. Hollis, who talked earlier today, and so hopefully I can get this as extra credit. And I am a medical director at Children's Health for the high-risk asthma clinic, and I do a little bit of work in air quality and health. So this will be really quick. So we'll talk a little bit of air quality and health and protecting communities from environmental hazards, which is the title of our talk. And so when we look at PM 2.5 and we look at all of these different sources of PM 2.5, we can see that there's various health outcomes from the cardiovascular disease to respiratory diseases, but it also includes liver disease, kidney disease, neurologic disease, and it also affects the health of offspring in children in utero and after birth. And of course, it also affects mortality. And so you all know a little bit about, you know a lot probably about PM 2.5, so I won't give you that picture, that cartoon that everybody gives you about what PM 2.5 looks like and how small it is and how deep it can penetrate into the lungs. We know it penetrates deep into the lungs, and then that PM, the smaller particles can penetrate not just through the lungs, but can get into the blood system and the bloodstream. So we've definitely seen data that says that you can have increased stroke, you can have increased incidence of cancers, including brain tumors. There's incidence of Alzheimer's related to PM concentrations. And then there's heart disease, kidney disease, liver disease, and then asthma. And there's a lot of data out there on asthma, and there's also a lot of data out there on cancer. Not so much on brain health, heart health, and liver health, but what we do know is that this is really important for the American Heart Association, and they're very, very invested in kind of the health effects of pollution, and definitely the health effects of heat as well, because they're seeing these effects and seeing more heart attacks and seeing more atherosclerosis and heart disease. That's really related to this. And so we recently had the State of the Air. It came out today. This is data from last time. I don't know where we rank today. I was supposed to read it this morning, and I had asthma clinic, so I forgot. And so nearly 4 in 10 people in America live in places with unhealthy levels of air pollution. And the 25th annual report, which was last year, says spikes in particulate pollution are the worst in 25 years. And my understanding is Charlie Gagan, who is he's not a lobbyist, but he's an advocate for the American Lung Association, told me that it wasn't great for Dallas this year. This is actually looking at the community health needs assessment, and some of you may have seen this in some of my slides or my talks previously. And I think this is really important because when we actually look at some of our health information, when we look at the healthcare workforce, we can see that the healthcare workforce, the supply is going to, the demand is going to outstrip the supply. And we also see in kind of these areas where we're often that are underserved generally for everything, and often those folks where there's more a more kind of polluting industry as well in those particular neighborhoods, we're seeing there's not as many physicians, right? And so those folks that are most exposed to these pollutants, who have most of the health effects as a result of these pollutants, don't have access to the general physicians that they need in order to help them. And so they are getting triple whammies oftentimes because of structural inequity, and that is really really impactful and really important to take note of. And when we look at life expectancy by zip code in the Dallas area, we can see how closely that life expectancy looks at those people with the lowest life expectancy in the Dallas area also live in the area with the least amount of general physicians and providers to really support these folks. And so we can see in 75215, life expectancy is the lowest at 68 years, but not that far away. In Highland Park, 75204, or University Park, I don't know, their life expectancy is 90. And so that makes that's really important to think about when we think about why it's important to really try to support the efforts to reduce pollution in these vulnerable areas. They are so vulnerable in so many different ways, and I know a lot of people don't like that word vulnerable, and I don't have a great word for it other than vulnerable. They don't have the resources that they need, and we're not providing the resources that they need. And so we can look at some recognized carcinogens released into the air. We can see that also this is a picture of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and we can see similar patterns in that dark color in Ellis County really has a high preponderance of carcinogens released into the air, and Dallas and Tarrant County are not that far behind. And then I'm a pediatrician, and I love this graphic, and so you may have seen it before. And so this looks at ambient air pollution and health hazards in children as well. And why I think this is so very important is that the American Academy of Pediatrics, the largest group of pediatricians in the United States, has decided to put out a call to help and tell pediatricians how important this is. And so what I really, really encourage you all as environmental experts is that we need as physicians to hear your voices and to hear your expertise and to talk to physicians about why this is so important and about what this stuff means. Because oftentimes I talk to pediatricians and they don't always understand why environmental hazards are so important. Then I talk to them and tell them about it, and then they're like, so what do I do next? And then I'm like, well, talk to an expert about it. And I think in some ways I know about it, but I don't consider myself an expert. I consider many of you that I see out in the room experts about it. So we talked about the adult health impacts already. We talked a little bit about the childhood impacts. Asthma is really a high one, but also autism and cognitive effects have been linked to ambient air pollution. Cancer and obesity have also been linked to ambient air pollution. But also, we'll hear a little bit more about this, low birth weight, intrauterine growth restriction, prematurity, and infant mortality have been linked to this. And I'm just going to talk a little bit really quickly about this one. Did you know that allergies and viruses are impacted by climate change? And this is a little, this is a picture of your human what is this? This is a picture of a virus, and it really kind of shows you all of the different areas in which get upregulated, and all of the different things that get upregulated and downregulated due to certain pollutants, including PM10 and PM2.5, and how they make you more vulnerable to infection. And so air pollution is a T2 helper promoting an early life exposure. And so T2 helper is like this really high inflammatory pathway that you can go down. And if you have this exposure in early life, you're at increased risk of getting asthma. And then PM can be a carrier for viral particles very easily and bring them deeper into your lungs. And so you're definitely at risk of increased respiratory illnesses. And we're going to have an asthma summit in June, and we're going to have a speaker named Darlene Bavati out of Dell, who will specifically talk about the impact of viruses and how climate change and air pollution has actually impacted the increased rise in viruses. And she's done some really interesting work with that. And then we can see more bronchitis. We see more pneumonia. Extreme rainfall and flooding is linked to increased hospitalizations. And then PM 2.5, 10, SO to ozone and NO2 are all linked to increased respiratory viruses and emergency department visits and pneumonia in children. And so this is specifically for Chelsea. And so I'm going to be really quick. Asthma treatment and greenhouse gases. So who cares about asthma treatment and greenhouse gases? I care about asthma treatment and greenhouse gases. Really quickly, there's actually some data out there that shows that these meter dose inhalers that you can see on your left that I'm blocking actually are contribute to greenhouse gases. In this dry powdered inhaler that you can see over here, on your left, and this is my right. Sorry, I always get those confused. Can decrease the exposure. But the important part is this is a grown man who's trying to do this, right? And he has to take a deep inhalation through the inhaler in order to get it into his lungs. This is a meter dose inhaler using a spacer and a mask. And so I can give this medication to a 2-month-old. I can give this medication to a child born prematurely, and they can get the medication that they need deep into their lungs. A baby born at 23 weeks is not going to be able to do this, right? And so it's really important that we understand that we still need these meter dose inhalers, and we need them for the pediatric population, and we need it for a growing population of adults that are unable to do this. So I just wanted to talk about this specifically for Chelsea, and then I'm going to move on. And then, yes.
So is it the propellant that's in the?
It's the propellant, yeah. So it's definitely the propellant, and the propellant in the past has been a CFG, and then it moved on to an HFA, and I can't say the words. And so the propellant has changed over the past 30 years, and the propellant that's in it is used mostly in refrigeration. And so the reason why they want to change is because the refrigerant, they want to phase out that refrigerant. But we still need at least a little bit of that availability of that to be able to give this medication to children. And now, I have talked to pharmaceutical companies and said, hey, you need to give us new technology for us to keep up with this so that we can treat these babies. It's not a moneymaker, so it's not going to happen.
We need to talk. I got Merck to add a dose counter to Proventil by showing them how it was increasing the hospitalization. They changed the product.
Yeah, and there's actually you got to make the case, and counters are actually really important. And I'll be super quick. Flooding can cause it can cause mold. And then we can talk about indoor air quality, and you can see at the bottom, the blue looks at outdoor air quality and the changes in PM, and then the red looks at indoor, and there's more exposure indoor. And so then I talk a little bit about mold mitigation, but I'm running out of time, so I'm going to really rush. Keep the humidity levels low if you can, fix any leaks, make sure there's good ventilation, add mold inhibitors to paint. The CDC does not recommend mold testing due to the cost and lack of standards for acceptable mold levels. That's really important. But we need to do mold mitigation, right? So mold testing is not recommended currently, but I think data is going to change in the future. Collaboration is really important. The role of neighborhood air pollution and racial disparities, this is again out of Austin, really, really important. And then I'm done.
Oh yeah, you. Here. I'll hold you. Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Natasha Hemming. I am a registered nurse. I have a lot of experience in obstetrics and clinical research in the inpatient world as well as the outpatient world. And I have a particular interest in maternal health now that I am a mother myself. My 9-month-old is in the back. He came from moral support, but I think he's sleeping now. So we'll get started. I entitled my presentation "Breathing for Two," and when we talk about quality, equity, and air quality and environmental changes, I think a lot of times people do not realize the impact of it from a maternal health perspective because we're thinking of mom and baby. A lot of times we are looking at the outcomes from the birth outcomes and for children, but we also need to take a lot of focus on the mother. So, pregnancy, such a unique time in a woman's life, right? A lot of physiologic changes that are happening. So there is an increase, like a 40% increase of the amount of air that is needed to be inhaled and exhaled. The consumption increases by 20%, and also your blood volume increases anywhere from 40 to 50%. So it causes a need for a higher cardiac output. So what does that mean? Pregnant women are more susceptible to air pollution. So they have a higher risk of, inhaling those PM 2.5s, indoor pollution, outdoor pollution. And now what does that cause? So in mom, obviously it could cause an increase of respiratory distress, incidence of asthma, especially individuals who have asthma, but there is also an onset of asthma in pregnancy that some women face. So it increases the risks of that. For the child itself, so preterm birth, you have an increase of preterm birth, intrauterine growth restrictions. So we're seeing a lot of disruptions from like placental growth perspectives, hypertensive disorders, which could also lead to preeclampsia in pregnancy, neurodevelopment delays in children, and also an increase of hospital admissions, which is really important because when we talk about changes in health and innovation, we're really looking at the numbers of hospital admissions. A lot of times we're looking at NICU admissions, but we're also seeing an increase in ER visits for these women as well. Okay, so the city of Dallas, we rank top 20 of the poor ozone outcomes for air quality according to the American Lung Association. So of a 2023 Dallas Environmental Justice Report, reported that the city of Dallas, specifically the southern, South Dallas and West Dallas, those zone layers, you see an increase of ER visits, specifically for asthma, respiratory distress in women, also in correlation with preterm birth rates, as well as respiratory and asthma flares. And like Dr. Afolabi also just mentioned, there's a systematic loop when we are talking about disadvantages in these individuals and these vulnerable populations. These are also systematically oppressed populations. So these individuals are more at risk for these respiratory distresses. They're more at risk for adverse outcomes, but they're also in environmental spaces that have higher air pollutions. They're closer to railroad spaces. They're closer to industry and warehouse spaces, but they're also closer to food deserts. there's also a lack of care and access. So there's like a compounding fact of systematic issues that are happening in these for these individuals. So several of these Dallas neighborhoods that were on this report were reported to be closer to highways, railroads, higher ozone levels, and this is linked. However, we're also looking at like structural and environmental racism. We're looking at histories of redlining. We're looking at histories of places that are invested in areas that are specifically populated by high Hispanic populations, high African American Black populations, and these are areas where you're also seeing that correlation. So it's important for us to point out that there is a systematic piece to this that needs to be addressed. Okay, and that brings us to health disparities. So when we're looking at the higher these individuals that have the higher disparities located in the industries and the waste sites, these individuals also are subjected to substandard housing, which increases their exposure to these pollutants. They needed updated HVAC systems. They're exposed to more mold and chemicals. Black women in the city of Dallas specifically are 2.5 the incidence of maternal mortality is 2.5 higher than that of their white counterparts, specifically in Dallas, where from a nationwide, Black women are 4 times more likely to have an adverse outcome and to die in these instances. And I think it's also important to note there's so many different reasons obstetrical outcomes, racism, inadequacies to care are all a part of that. But there's also a lot of unaddressed contributing factors. And I would like for us to stress that air quality could be one of those because we are not actually researching it. We're not actually talking about it. And if there are these compounding factors, air quality could definitely be one of those factors that are increasing these adverse outcomes in women. Specifically places like Oak Cliff and West Dallas, they are disproportionately impacted by this and from these redlining patterns. So always advocating for these individuals, putting the information out there, but also making sure that they're getting connected to the appropriate care because they're in areas where there's a limited access to care. So there's a lot of things to address there. Also looking at the roles of these individuals. So our workplace environmental exposure also puts these women in vulnerable populations. And so when we're talking again about vulnerable communities, we also are talking about conditions in which they live, conditions in which they work, conditions in which their families are exposed to. So really advocating for these individuals. So air quality improvement. So when we talk about solutions, I know that Dallas right now, the DCAMP program, the Dallas Community Air Management Program, has a lot of collaboration with different healthcare systems, some of which that are here today. So I want to champion those healthcare systems and those providers to also bring foresight to the research that is lacking in these individuals. So when we talk about health, women's research is less than 10% of all funded research, and in that it's less than 2% of maternal care. So having these conversations, bringing the information, we may not have all of the data because we're not looking into it. So championing these institutions to take more time to really research these individuals, to not only focus on the poor outcomes, but how are we focusing on preventing these in the first place? So really focusing on that prevention. Also collaborating with different community organizations. There's different clinics, different prenatal services for women, really trying to champion. I know our providers have so much on their plate, but including this into education and some of that continuing education and maybe some prenatal screening that's important, and really getting our information translated to the level of the individual, and that's the mother, the family, and then that which will impact the child. So very important. So again, we're just going to really focus on really promoting different tools that are out there. So there are a lot of technology right now that can help families monitor, educating our patients as well as educating our community members, educating our families. Every one of us in here is connected to a mother or an expecting mother or a childbearing person. So really encouraging and championing these individuals to kind of just take consideration of the air quality and things that they can consider for safety and a safe outcome, distributing this information on all levels, and then also just ensuring that the access is equitable and that we're using language that people understand, especially from these populations. So I'm going to wrap it up here. I was going to leave more space for our other presenters, but I'm definitely open for more questions. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lockman. We have time for one question. There's one up there. All right. I do have a quick question. Is there anybody else? Oh, yes. Okay, good. Thanks.
I'll defer. Nobody? Okay. Yes. We can't have no questions. Just, Barry, on that last bit you just mentioned, I'm always bringing this up. Where is the Association of the Local Apartment Owners doing to enforce these guys? Because this is bad behavior. It's not normal, but there's enough of it that hurts any one family that's badness. So are they not working so they can own the problem and not the city attorney and Barry Lockman? I mean, God bless you, but, you know.
Working with the Apartment Owners Association.
Okay.
When we passed the code changes in 2017, they were initially opposed. There was a meeting between Dallas Area Interfaith folks. I was there, but not the person running it was our organizer at the time. And their comment was that there were a few places that they wanted changes made, but that the slumlords made them look bad, and they were often not active participants in the Apartment Owners Association. They ultimately gave us we made a few changes in language that were reasonable that they proposed, and they wound up writing a letter of support and being one of the supporters of the changes in the housing. So by working with people you can, who really are of goodwill, you can produce the changes you want.
Thank you. Thanks.
So just moving along with our planned agenda for today, our next panel that we have up is about policy. So policy and preparedness, how we are addressing climate, health, environmental impacts. So I'll invite our panelists to take their seats. Y'all can stand if you would like. You can also adjust the seat if you would like as well. So this session is about policy and preparedness in North Texas, the response to climate and health challenges. Opong Hemming with the City of Dallas. I'll serve as your host for today, as we have three panelists that are going to discuss policy and their respective expertise and how it directly how the policy or lack thereof directly impacts health and climate change.
Yes.
Good weight. Before you go in here.
To provide a distraction from what's going on up here, I'll introduce our panelists for today. We'll start off with Sue Alvarez. Sue currently serves as the Director of Environment Development for the North Central Texas Council of Governments, where she manages programs related to water, material resources, regional codes, public works, and regional climate change. In addition, as a registered Texas professional engineer, she's a certified floodplain manager and serves as a Texas Master Naturalist with over 40 years of relevant experience, including environmental restorative projects in Texas, the Pacific Northwest, the Desert Southeast, and the Charleston Harbor. Chris Klaus, he's been on staff as the Transportation Department of the North Central Texas Chamber of Governments, or NTC-COG, for those who know, for Metropolitan Planning Organization for the Dallas-Fort Worth area since 1994. He is the Senior Program Manager and manages the department's air quality management activities, which respond to federal air quality requirements and works towards reaching attainment for the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. And our final panelist is Kathleen Gaira. She is an environment equity advocate who works in communities, organizations, and policymakers to identify and implement collaborative solutions to longstanding and systematic environmental issues. She's the chair of the City of Dallas Environmental Commission, the 36-member community-led equity-focused advisory board overseeing implementation for the city's climate action plan. She currently works for the nonprofit consumer advocacy group, Public Citizen, where she is the TCEQ campaign director. So thank you all for being here today. This panel, we're just going to have just a Q&A with these panelists and then open it up for questions. So first, I just wanted to start with Sue. Sue, one of the questions that we have for you is Goal 5 of the CCAP, the Comprehensive Environmental and Climate Action Plan, addresses measurements towards protecting our water resources as well as our communities from flooding and drought. Can you speak about the policy impacts or policy efforts the COG is working towards around water supply, water quality, and water conservation?
Yes. Is this working? Yes, it is. Yeah, I'm happy to. I was actually doing some work on our budget for next year this morning, and I realized that 75% of my department's budget is related to water. So it is a very valuable resource in North Texas. And counter to what the person from Austin was saying earlier, we have water challenges in North Texas as well. So water quality, we do the water quality management plan for the 16-county region and for Region C of the Texas Water Development Board efforts. That draft for the FY25 update of things that we are doing around septic tanks, around water quality in general, around wastewater treatment, plant capacity, and performance is out for review right now on our website. From this, we coordinate both grants and policy actions by our 220-some different local communities and 16 counties. So because it is a comprehensive thing, Dallas has a fabulous water treatment system. They have really good sewers, but not everyone in our area does. And so what we collectively do to address water quality in our streams is critically important. The other effort that we've got ongoing that is an update, we have something called total maximum daily loads, which is EPA speak for contaminated water. And so we have posted TMDLs for bacteria. This has been in place since about 2008, and we are currently updating the plan to update actions by our local governments to improve water quality for bacteria. Bacteria, I will say, is hard because it is not a static contaminant like the pile of coal or something like that. If you have one little bug in your water and it's nice and warm, you're going to have several 100,000 before the end of the day. And so there are some different challenges to managing bacteria in the environment. What were the other categories? Water conservation? Water quality. That was water quality.
So
okay.
let me pull it back up. I have it somewhere. So it's water supply, water quality, and water conservation.
Yeah, water supply is, again, we do have water issues in North Texas. The water providers in North Texas have done a fabulous job of planning for the future. But guess what? We're growing. We had over 200,000 people move into the Metroplex last year. That is a city the size, actually it's bigger than McKinney, not quite to Irving size, but it's pretty good size. Municipal population moved into the area. We don't necessarily have the water to support that many people over years and years. And so water supply is a huge issue. I'll put it this way. We have a meeting on the 19th of May for the Region 3 water supply plan, and they have advised us that we need extra security. So it's like the old Western saying about whiskey's for drinking, water's for fighting. We have some challenges. One of the keys to addressing those challenges is tighter water conservation. If we are able to do a little bit better on leak detection and maintaining our water lines, that's a huge source of losses. If we can discontinue the use of having dead-end mains that need to be flushed to maintain water quality. I'm sure those of you in Dallas have seen them, where they're just running a hydrant and hundreds of thousands of gallons of water are going down the drain. So there's a lot of practices that we can do. We have reduced our water use per capita over the last 10, 20 years. However, the water use per capita in North Texas is still higher than the base design rate in other parts of the state. And so we have a long way to go in conserving water as a resource. With that, I will shut up and let my compadres talk.
Yeah, so I want to pass it to Chris. So we talked about water. Let's talk about the air we breathe. Can you talk to us about the state of the air quality in North Texas, and tell us about the policies, the laws, the codes that are currently out there or forecasted for the future, or what we need to address it?
Yeah, so again, my name is Chris Klaus, Senior Program Manager at the North Central Texas COG, Council of Governments, colleague with Susan. And we're in the Transportation Department. I'm staff of the Transportation Department, which is the Metropolitan Planning Organization. Within the Metropolitan Planning Organization, our responsibility is transportation, obviously. We have a policy body that comprises of about 46 elected officials that make decisions on how money is to be allocated and distributed across the region for a multimodal transportation plan, which is, we're working on our new one. We should be going to our policy body in June. It's about a $150 billion transportation plan of investments between now and 2050. As Susan indicated, the amount of growth that this region is experiencing is just bringing cars. We're car-centric in terms of our population. We're, as you may know, in some of the media discussions, legislative discussions, there's some transit conversations going on at this point that could possibly derail many of the accomplishments that we've made. But as previous speakers had mentioned before in other sections, we do have non-attainment for ozone. A few years ago, I would always get the American Lung Association scorecard, and I was always be frustrated with it because, I always felt that it's not as bad as it would always report. Not too long ago, I could sit up here and tell everyone with confidence and with evidence that the region is, although, yes, not meeting maybe federal air quality standards, but we do have the cleanest air that this region has ever recorded in the area. So, but unfortunately, because of a disconnect in some form or fashion between the modeling that the state performs and then the monitoring of all the monitors that are out there reading, sniffing the air and providing the readings, there's a significant disconnect, and we're rapidly going in the wrong direction. So part of what the RTC does, one of the federal requirements that we have is transportation conformity. This is to ensure that the mobility plan, that $150 billion plan that I was talking to you about, meets the objectives that the state has in terms of how much emissions can be emitted from the transportation sector. And in theory, if we keep our emissions from the transportation sector at or below those levels, then we've done our part, and based on the plan that the state has established, we should show attainment of the ozone standard in the future. That mostly isn't normally the case. We meet our levels. We are at or below the thresholds that are established for us in transportation, but for whatever reason, possibly, again, that disconnect between the modeling and the monitoring, for whatever reason, we continue to stay in non-attainment. But within our mobility plan, we have something called a policy bundle. We don't necessarily implement policy. We offer policy ideas. We offer model ordinances, let's say, that local governments could achieve, could consider, could implement. One size doesn't fit all. Not all local governments are the same. So what we do is we encourage through financial, financial incentives to adopt as many of these policies that we have in our plan as possible. Some of them include a clean fleet policy plan that local government, I know City of Dallas is probably one of the first ones that ever signed up to be able to be involved in this policy, and basically checks all the check boxes and does all the things that are asked for in there. We have something called the Comprehensive Air Quality Plan, where we ask local governments to have, just like City of Dallas, a comprehensive air quality plan. That's probably one of the model plans in the region, if not in the country. We have idling ordinances. Again, it was discussed earlier. Lots of vehicles just sitting, idling, utilizing fuel that shouldn't be wasted, and then just high emissions coming out of the tailpipe or the stacks. We have land use policies. We have congestion policies. Safety policies. So all these things that we have in there, again, we don't dictate, we don't push, but we basically encourage and allow local governments to make those decisions. I'll leave with the policy aspect. We do have a policy that we just adopted actually last year. We're pretty excited about. It's simply called an air quality monitoring policy. So we've talked a lot about in earlier sessions about the monitoring, the particulate matter, ozone. We're doing it not only from a local level, we're trying to enhance. We wanted to get the Regional Transportation Council and the policy body on board with a policy that supports more monitoring. But it's not the regulatory monitoring, it's non-regulatory. So things that aren't necessarily going to go to EPA and hurt us any further with sanctions or whatever. But it's more for the local level to be able to have and ensure this monitoring is spread out as appropriate, to not only inform the public, to be able to make sound decisions on a daily basis when looking at the results, but then also, as was mentioned, there's a particulate matter situation that we're kind of facing, and I say kind of, I won't get into it, but we kind of are, we kind of aren't, due to the new administration. But we've got a network of monitors that we're installing in complement with what the City of Dallas already has, to try to understand why are these monitors that are, a few monitors that are within the region that are regulatory in nature, why are they reading higher levels than what science would say is not healthy. So we have a policy that we've adopted there, and we've got a lot of plans for that. We've got some grants that we're implementing more monitors in the region, and hope to complement what everyone else is doing in terms of like a information system or a one-stop shop. So you can just go to a one-stop shop and just look to see where all the monitors are at and what they're all reading and how it may be affecting where you're at or where you're intending to go. Maybe I'll stop there at this point, and hopefully there'll be some questions about all that.
That's awesome. Thank you. I want to pass it to Catherine. And can you tell us about local environmental policy ties into the state and federal policies that protect public health?
Yeah, so hi, Catherine Guerra. I have had the unique opportunity to work in local government, for the state government, and for the federal government. We, have never really enjoyed from the state of Texas robust environmental justice, programming, support, any of those things. But for the past 4 years at the federal level, we had a lot. We had a lot. And now, as you well know, those resources are gone. We had an entire environmental justice program. We had funding. We had grants. We had resources. We had data-backed, scientific studies and all of those things that have been now pulled down from the internet. And so you have to kind of go to secondary websites to access that data again. But even in the absence of state and federal policies for environment and public health specifically, we are somewhat insulated in the City of Dallas because we have a climate action plan that specifically delineates what we are going to do to protect folks and protect the environment here in the city. The CCAP has 8 goals, and across those goals, it maps out our emissions reductions targets, our water conservation, all of these things. And in addition to the comprehensive environmental and climate action plan, we also have local zoning codes. Some cities in Texas don't even enjoy local zoning codes. But the benefit of local zoning codes and having a city plan commission is that we have the opportunity to, really narrowly define specific land uses and appropriate adjacencies. So in previous conversations we've had today, you've heard a lot about racist zoning, redlining. And you would think that as a municipality that we've gotten rid of all of that by now. And it's simply not true. It takes a really long time to address, instance by instance and neighborhood by neighborhood and community by community, all of the repercussions that those racist zoning codes did for our community. You still have instances here in Dallas where the previous presenters who talked about air quality really, poignantly pointed out, these are the communities that were intentionally placed next to industry, and there they stay. So you have, opportunities for the city to define those, and that's what Dallas did. Through the Ford Dallas Comprehensive Land Use Plan, they said, communities, you tell us, what should these land uses be? You have a residential neighborhood, you have some adjacency here. We don't think that we should put industry here anymore. And when that industry leaves, it'll never be industrial again. And there are a lot of opportunities through land use specifically. We've revised the zoning codes in Dallas. And I want to tell you, it happened 20 years ago. It happened 3 years ago that we were able to have the city amended zoning codes and get it passed through the city council that you can't put a concrete batch plant or an asphalt plant directly next to a residential land use. 3 years ago. And so with that, they gave us 2 public input opportunities. And those are things that we can really use to our advantage. The city is required now to evaluate the compatibility of adjacent land uses. There's a case that we're working on right now in Northwest Dallas. There's a $31 million soccer field, MoneyGram soccer field, y'all may know it. They're trying to put a concrete batch plant directly next to it. Is heavy industrial compatible with our park spaces? It's probably not, right? So those are the things that we're still trying to formulate policies and get adopted and passed. In addition, at the local level, we have a racial equity plan. It says these are the things that we are going to do to right the historic wrongs here in Dallas. And then we have an urban agriculture plan. We have food access plan. We have all of these really great local policies here in Dallas that are being effectively used by our elected officials to implement real change that is protective of our communities, that is protective of the folks who have historically been disenfranchised from receiving all of the benefits that people in University Park enjoy, people in North Dallas enjoy. But in South Dallas and West Dallas, it's not a given that these things are things that your family is going to enjoy. And so the policies that we have now have brought us a really long way. We still have a lot of work to do.
I have a question.
Absolutely. Took the words right out of my mouth.
Let me get the juices flowing here. But it's a question not only for me, but also to try to generate some conversation. You were mentioning about all the local initiatives that are going on with policies and this and that. But we're under great threat, I think, in Austin with a lot of I think it's the appetite that's down at the legislative session to try to take all that away from the locals. And, a lot of the things I think that have been done in North Central Texas and the city of Dallas may be under threat to be able to continue those types of things because the legislature is looking to take local control away, take local control of what locals can do. I don't know if that's so with a question mark at the end of it.
Yeah, and that's accurate. There's House Bill 4113 right now, and it's essentially saying that cities are no longer able to use public dollars to fund climate action plans or strategies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions or any conservation efforts whatsoever. That we should just leave that to the federal level because they're doing a really good job of that right now.
Yeah, no green space, no local ag. It's a fairly comprehensive and not in a good way bill.
I think with that, Sue, I wanted to push back on you or call you to the front of the class again. I want you to talk about waste and how the COG, from a regional standpoint, is supporting zero waste management policies, practices in support or in collaboration or in copy of what's happening currently in Dallas with our climate action plan.
So that's a great question. I love talking trash. Trash talking, maybe. No. Seriously, that is another area where we have challenges, and we are coordinating on a regional level. And what we find is that the challenges and opportunities when you look at a regional level are quite different. Some of the cities are doing great with respect to recycling, with respect to appropriately addressing organic waste, with respect to appropriately addressing construction and demolition debris, which when you start looking at your waste stream as a whole right now, depending on where you are, generally organics are about 40% of your stream. And they will break down in the landfill, creating all kinds of great methane and other greenhouse gases. They're also kind of challenging to handle at a large scale. And so what we're really working on is trying to get what some of the cities like Plano, like Frisco, some of the cities that have very active organic waste management practices, and develop the ways that other communities can adopt that. One of the things that we were looking at is the average size of our cities, remember it's 220 some cities in our area, is about 2,500 people. And so your mayor may be, the track coach may be, the postal clerk may be, who knows, they all have multiple hats. And one of the things, we do have a regional conservation committee, or it's a council actually, that votes on how we spend grant funding that we get from the state related to solid waste. And one of the big things was our smaller communities said, hey, we really need some help. We need a library of best practices. We need a library of requests for qualifications. How do we get consultants? How do we get waste haulers? How do we get the help we need for our size city? We can't afford expensive consultants. We can't afford boutique pickup services. And so we're in the process right now of developing that library of resources for our smaller communities to be able to use to more effectively manage their own waste. One of the other larger challenges that we have is we have in the eastern part of the landfill, we have Macomb, our region, we have McComas, we have several landfills that have a fairly long design life. McComas is basically managed like an in situ bioreactor, so that those organic wastes that they are taking to the landfill break down, create gas, they suck the gas off and sell it, and it's happy, and they maintain about a 30 to 35 year design life of that facility, and have in the 15 years that I've been here. However, on the western part of the region, between Fort Worth and Weatherford, that landfill has less than a 10-year design life. That area is one of the largest growing or fastest growing areas of the region, and they can't maintain that over time. And so some of our local, we just did an organic study, again, like other parts of the country, waste stream is about 40% organic. That's a great opportunity to do something different. When we talk to the residents, they would love it if we offered composting. They would love it if we did more recycling. The recycling market as a whole is a little dicey. And so we are looking at primarily focused in that growing western part of the region, because the north and the east kind of have their act together, and that's a good thing.
I wanted to open the floor up for questions for our panelists. We'll start here.
Sue, are any of those cities thinking about, instead of just recycling, turning that organic waste into energy?
Yes, and in fact, that's kind of a sad story. I have a very young, fresh out of school, fantastic planner that wrote not one, but 2 different grant applications for waste to energy work. Unfortunately, neither one of them were funded. It still means it's on our radar. And we've worked with UTA on similar studies. So that is very much on our radar. And I think it is probably a smart thing for us to do. We just need funding. That reminds me, though, that we have another program that we have rolled out, and it's available for all businesses and local governments. And that is, it's a RHEAPLY, RHEAPLY, circular economy reuse. It's kind of like overstock.com for cities. Any city, if they've got a room full of chairs they want to get rid of, or some whiteboards, or who knows, construction supplies, they can post it. Likewise, those same cities' procurement offices can go to that site and find a great deal on stuff that would cost them a lot less than going out in the marketplace to get them. So we're excited about it because it helps create a better circular economy for a lot of the materials that we use daily.
So I got a question about waste. You mentioned organic waste.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any programs or resources for processing or disposing of inorganic waste? In particular, at my site, our wastewater treatment uses diatomaceous earth to siphon out the heavy metals from our wastewater process. So that cost has grown exponentially in the last 2 years that I'm paying to have that treated and disposed of. So whether there's anything locally or regionally that's...
Not yet, but it is something we're looking at. And one of the triggers on why we're looking at that is, as you know, the normal, or one of the normal ways of disposing of biosolids, otherwise known as sludge, is land farming. You've probably also heard about the problems with that practice in Johnson County. One of the treatments for that is creating biochar through pyrolysis, and we think that has some promise with respect to better handling of our biosolids, and that would include your diatomaceous earth as well.
I didn't have a question. That's me. I had a comment. Of all the strategies that we have, the one strategy we need to remember is educating the community, because so much of that goes on over their heads. In communities where they're not breathing well, they do not realize that across the highway their neighbors are. They don't know that. When I'm school nurse, no children run more asthma than children in southern Dallas County. But on the other side, you know, they don't know that. They're not being exposed to that. So it's important for all of us to act as advocates and take this information back to our communities and to people who are key advocates who could help us, because we're alone, you know, doing this, and we need the help of the community. And that was just my comment, to make sure that, you know, none of this can go without the community. Farm neighborhood watches, all kind of things. With Shingle Mountain and some of those other things, they could not have achieved that without having neighborhood watches and groups and the public hearings that we had and all those things.
Thank you for that, Renee. I need to do another shameless plug. And this is something that actually Dr. Afolabi started. The COG does have an air quality task force. We also have been working with medical professionals across the region, both in the Dallas side and also Fort Worth, with the county health departments, with experts like Parkland and at UT Southwestern on air quality and asthma. The COG is hosting a summit to kind of, one of the things we found is, the different folks in the medical field may not be talking to each other, and those folks talk to each other, but they may not be talking to people like Chris that know the science part of the air quality. And so we're having a summit. I believe it's June 18th. It's open to the public. It's free. Takes some signing up, but I think it's a great opportunity to promote some of those cross-sector conversations that I think are so helpful and actually critical to moving things forward.
I have the QR code if anybody wants. And I'm gonna shameless plug for the Environmental Commission, because the two previous presenters that you heard from, Dr. Lackman and Dr. Afolabi, Renee, who just posed the question, we have Julie Hiramoto and Whitney Strauss in the back. These are all members of your Dallas Environmental Commission, and they come from all different backgrounds, and they are members of our community who live in Dallas and who work in Dallas and who deeply, deeply care. And so if you, like them, are interested in participating or volunteering, please do reach out to any one of us to talk talk about the work that the commission does and how you can support it. Shameless plug. I know.
And the COG does have Air North Texas. I mean, it's not like you said, not hugely funded. But if there's ideas or thoughts that we could do to make that better, integrate new ideas, we have, I don't know, hopefully everyone's seen Arlo, the armadillo that changes colors during the. All right, so you didn't hand those out yet. I was joking. It's like you don't hand out props until after the presenters so that you don't get them thrown at you. We have a new handbook that's coming out. It's ozone. We've got some PM related discussion. We got some new climate information. It's got some activity books inside of it to try to generate some interest for the kids and stuff like that. So, but anything that could be recommended that we might be able to do from a regional perspective, let us know, and we'll certainly throw it into the discussions and see if we can't get those things to happen.
Yeah, I've got just two questions, one on the water side and one on the air side. On the water side, we have federal regulations being removed, revoked, or rolled back, especially when it comes to water conservation and water use. The water flows that was restricted now is being move back. So those type of things, how does that affect what you're doing on water conservation side? And then on the air side, we talked about growth, especially in the city of Dallas, that causes more traffic, it causes more stagnant traffic, which causes more air quality concerns. So I was just wondering, as far as monitoring and trying to remediate some of those issues with traffic-related air quality, what's being done there?
What's the question? So for I'll say from transportation, we had, I think, the great experiment that I don't think any of us want to ever experience again with COVID. And when we look at the numbers, we had significant reductions in transportation. Aircraft weren't flying, cars weren't on the road. I guess trucks were more active, trying to deliver goods and services and stuff more at home. But we still had we still had bad air. We still had worse air, in fact, than 2019 and 2018, than with all these things in 2020. So that gets back to the detail, to the analysis, to the technical understanding of what's kind of going on. But we've got a lot of electric vehicle. We're still moving forward with all that. A lot of funding's been cut. We got hydrogen that we're trying to continue to bring into the region, working closely with Toyota and Peterbilt and others. It's discouraging from a air quality standpoint and a congestion standpoint to see all these work at home mandates being lifted and requirements of everyone going back into the office. It's not really helping that situation. I mean, now I'm personally myself strolling around 10 o'clock in the morning, I'm working in the car or working at home just to try to avoid the peak period because it's terrible. But we've got our try parking it program that we try to incentivize local businesses to be able to get engaged, and maybe there's carpooling or whatever. Who hasn't been in a car and stuck behind a signal that there's no one crossing the street or no cross cars? It's frustrating. I know the city of Dallas, you guys got thousands and thousands of signals to try to manage, and we're at the RTC are trying to provide more funding or get more funding to be able to help with updating those equipments and keeping the flow going. When there's an accident or a crash or whatever on the freeway, we're trying to have preferenced traffic progression on the frontage roads. Keep those cars moving instead of having to be backed up on the freeway. So our air quality handbook that's going to be coming out, the first half of it is to describe again what's the environmental issues, but then what are all the things that are going on that the Regional Transportation Council has been funding, has been working on, and a lot of cooperation from the local governments. We'll explain a lot more of that information.
On the water side, I just want to say, just because you don't have rules doesn't mean you don't have a problem. There's only so much physical water to be had, and it costs money to treat that water to the level where it's safe for humans to drink it. The Texas Water Foundation says water runs Texas. They're right. They're absolutely right. If we do not have adequate potable water to fund the communities and the businesses that want to be here, we're dead in the water, pun intended. And so that is, and there is an economic cost to not having rules, if that makes sense. I know Monday I did a presentation on growth. Part of that is some work that some of Chris's colleagues have done. The cost of congestion right now is something like $17 billion per year in wasted time and resources of people sitting in their cars. With their projections for growth and both an increase in traffic but a decrease or not comparable increase in road lane miles, they're estimating a $37 billion a year cost of that congestion annually. So there are economic impacts of using a more libertarian, no rules approach to things. And I suspect that those economic impacts will turn around and maybe cause a little more care to be taken with our air and water resources.
And that's with a growing transit system. If things keep going the way they're going, and we're monitoring the legislature, that could have significant impacts, and we're going to have to redo all that assessment. We just lost high-speed rail, that millions or billions of dollars that's been cut there. Whether you like it or hate it, it's a strategy. It's a tool in the toolbox, just gone instantly. So now we gotta continue to kind of playing around all that. Our tools in the toolbox are getting less and less in available, but we're continue to look for those opportunities.
Susan, fellow wastehead here. You said you like talking trash. We call ourselves wasteheads where I work. I was curious. This has been such an inspiring day learning about all these different initiatives in Dallas. I noticed plastic pollution hasn't really come up or been talked about a lot. And I was just wondering, is this a concern in Dallas or in the region? Are there any cities or communities that are really working on solutions? Like, what are opportunities here in North Texas to address plastic pollution now that we know that we can't recycle our way out of this problem, that the whole global recycling system is broken, and we need to do other source reduction type work?
Fabulous question. There are different cities doing things with different degrees of success. I think Plano and Frisco both are making great headways, particularly in things like styrofoam and some of the harder to recycle plastics. A lot of it is related to being able to pick it up and have it not be contaminated between the pickup and where they're sorting it out and trying to sell it. I think at this point it's between 19 and 29% of the waste picked up actually gets recycled because of contamination. And so that becomes a public education piece. We do grants for local cities to implement different efforts, strategies, actions around reducing their waste, around better handling their waste. And so, in fact, I think our grant call for projects is open right now. So it is something that we get funding from the state through percentage of the tipping fees that we turn around and designate to our local cities to help move the needle. We do have a council where the different cities compare notes, steal ideas from each other. We encourage that. Plastic is hard. I think you touched on this. I think the key is managing it at the source. I was in a local HEB the other day, and they were so surprised when I declined their plastic bags. And so they're like, oh, you want paper? Oh, you don't need a bag at all? And so there's kind of an expectation, and then I'm looking, and the food is in plastic, and then it's in plastic inside of a box. And so the plastic challenge, particularly the film type of plastic that is not recyclable, is really hard. And so that's one of the things that I think we work under a consensus basis. For us to change that is very difficult. I know from personal experience, because I was part of the crew that did a plastic bag ordinance in Dallas, that apparently ran afoul of state law, but we attained $11 million in 5 months at a 5-cent per bag fee. Do the math. That's a boatload of bags. And so it is hard. And this is a place where some of the state's laws relative to waste packaging and the ability of local governments to address that is limited. So we're doing what we can. We're trying to spread the word with good practices from one community to another. We provide grants for communities to kind of implement. And I will say that having the smaller cities do the grant, the pilot stuff, if it works, then everybody else wants to adopt it. And so it's a great way of kind of testing out some of these strategies.
And I'll just add to that anybody who's ever coordinated a local little creek cleanup or anything like that of any waterway in our urban areas knows that the majority of the things that you're pulling out of there is plastic and styrofoam. And unfortunately, it was sort of a learning opportunity for our Park and Recreation Department. We were facilitating a lot of cleanups at White Rock Lake, and we couldn't understand why we were dealing millions of little pieces of plastic. And it is because before we could get out there and clean it up, they would come and mow it into a million pieces, and then it goes into the waterway, and then it's a million pieces of plastic versus a cup, and so it's a little bit about education for the local government aspect and maintenance aspect as well.
So I want to hear a little bit about what we can and are doing in terms of data integration. I worked for years in the health system on the managed care side, and the frustration of the stuff that sits in your electronic health record at UT Southwestern, but the people at Baylor know nothing about those results, is even more magnified when you bring in stuff from environmental and economic sources. So that's one question. The other thing is what is happening in the plastics area in terms of working with our healthcare institutions, because they are prime producers of plastic that doesn't get recycled in any way. The final comment would be, every week I take my bags to Sprouts and dump them in their recycling bin, and that brings up, what are we doing, to Michael's repeated place, to work with private industry to get them on board with those sorts of things. Sorry, but lots of good stuff here.
Just to quickly comment on that, I know just about every hospital system in North Texas is present in the room or has registered for this conference, so we can have a side conversation about that. We can trap them in the corner.
Having been on the faculty of one in Dallas and worked for another one for 19 years, I don't think you do it. Excuse my language. I don't think you do it.
I'm glad I took the microphone away from you at that point. So the COG, and I think you've been at some of those meetings, we have an air quality health task force. It's super frustrating over the last 6 or 7 years that we've created that at the request of local governments, because that's where the council of governments, we work on behalf of local governments. The idea was to try to connect, just like what I think you've shown in that database, so I've wrote it down, I'm going to look at it closer. How can we identify, because in transportation, I'm more than willing to try to spend money or allocate money to areas that I can help have an impact, whether it's Joppy or other parts of the region. But I'm looking for that connection between the health data and the monitoring data. And, and it's been super, I can say super 18,000 times. It's super hard to get the health data. I got the monitoring data. That's available. We've got it. But I can't get the health data that I think I need to be able to connect everything, or it's super expensive or whatever. So, you can get it. You gotta pay for it. Yeah. Well, I mean, okay. Why? It's like yeah. We may be saving millions and billions of dollars in health-related, visits if we can possibly connect all this stuff to be able to make people more.
What I've done shows there's business ROI. Okay, and if you think of saving $7 million on, in the asthma program in 1 year, that's real short-term turnaround. Most industries like 3-5 years worth of turnaround. Here's 1 year turnaround.
So anyways, we've got that. So we're, for everyone that's here, and I think we've talked to many that I see that are friendly faces. Maybe there's further opportunities. And maybe, you know what, we just got to find a way to pay for it. But I just thought to myself, for those that have it, can we not just get it because it's for a good cause, and we're going to save a whole lot of people's daily life and have them live a better life for what? Because someone wants to make some money off some? I'm being a little mean now, but I'm going to pass.
So I will mention that one of our departments, one of our critical departments at the COG, is our Research and Information Services group. One of the things they did shortly before January 20th is pull down the White House Council on Environmental Quality's online GIS database of environmental factors in the DFW area. Now, granted, it's not going to be updated because it got pulled down in the White House Council. But it is a really good data set, and we're using that with other local data that we have, local data, state data on what's where. Where do we have environmental factors that are of concern? Being somewhat of a nerd, the more data I can get my little paws on, the better. Because it is important, I think, to have data-based decision-making. And the thing that best supports that is having access to good data, not something that somebody did in their backyard with their nice purple monitor, but real data that's under data quality protocols, and being able to correlate that data with other similarly vetted data sets. And so the better that we can leverage data that other people have to use towards decision making, the better level of decision making we can make.
Okay, I think I'm the last one. Again, this isn't a question, it's a comment. Most of us are creatures of comfort. So I think one of the things that will move transportation forward as far as taking mass transportation rather than 20 of us having a car, most people own 2 cars. What will help would be if we have conversations, include some of those partners need to be DART and safety, because a lot of people will not get on mass transportation here in Dallas because it's not safe, depending on where you are. And then in the summertime, a lot of the bus stops are uncovered. There's a stone bench and the number of that station. So, we need to look at those kind of environmental things that, make people feel uncomfortable. If I can get on the bus and go to the grocery store on my way home from work, fine. But if getting off buys me 2 hours, and then get home and cook the dinner, so instead of 6 or 7, it's now 9 because I got off the bus, people tend to not do that, and they'll just drive. They'll drive forever if we do not put things in place to make people comfortable to get on our mass transportation that we have set up.
In transit-oriented development, and I know the city of Dallas has got have had a lot of plans, a lot of new plans to continue to encourage that. Some of the local governments that are not in favor of DART right now didn't plan for that, and now they don't see the value of it. It was like, well, you didn't plan right, I guess, when the station went in. You put your development across the neighborhood or the other side of the city, and now you got no utilization there. So I know Councilmember Narvaez, who's on the RTC, is very supportive and very vocal, and I know is working. I think he's on the transportation committee for the city, is significantly encouraging that.
We're at time for the session. I do want to thank our panelists for their insight. I think, just to summarize, a lot of the questions were very good questions, pointed to how do we use data, how do we connect the networks that have it, that need to use it for policy and recommendations, and I think that's a great segue into our next session. We have a contingent from the University of North Texas System, and they're going to be talking about bridging science and community, the transitional approaches to environmental health, and they're going to be discussing how they use science, how they collect it, how they use it, and how it's used for policy in the future. So, there's one more chair.
Okay.
So we're going to get started with our next session, and I'll hand it off to our group of presenters.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Kari Northeim. I'm the one who has all the grad students. Thanks so much for having us here today. As Apunk said, we are the contingents from UNT. Like I said, I'm Dr. Kari Northeim. I'm an assistant professor at the University of North Texas Health Science Center. If you don't already know, UNT has multiple campuses. The mothership is in Denton. I am in Fort Worth in our Health Science Center. That's where we have our medical school, our College of Public Health, which is where I'm from. Like I said, I'm from the College of Public Health, so I'm really excited to be here and included in this conversation. My PhD is in environmental science, and I'm also trained as a medical geographer. What does that mean? I use GIS, which is Geospatial Information Systems, to analyze data on populations. Okay, so as Apunk said, we're going to be talking about different ways to bridge science and the community. And really what that means is let's collaborate with academia. We've talked a lot today about data sets and how to look at different things spatially and setting up different paradigms or even frameworks for how we can work on creating climate resilience together, and that's what we hope to talk about from an academic lens. So I'd like to introduce our panel today. First, I have Dr. Joseph Apong, who's a professor and associate vice president or vice provost of graduate education and academic associate dean of the Toulouse Graduate School at the University of North Texas. Then we have Dr. Shelley Stonecipher, who's an adjunct assistant professor in zoonotic diseases, also at the University of North Texas Health Science Center with me. And then we have with us, two students that are going to present their work today to talk about some of the different methodologies that we use to translate our research. And so that's introducing Priscilla Tetia and Nicholas Lawson. So first, I'd like to ask our panelists just to go through and give a little bit of their background and how they got started in their research.
So I'm Joseph Apong, professor of geography. My research is in medical, health and medical geography. I'm always asking the question, who is getting what health or disease where and why? And how do diseases and healthcare services vary across geographic space? I'll be talking today about how I train my students who are then asking these questions. In fact, I'm proud to say Dr. Northam was my student, and we will talk about her research. We're talking a lot about ozone today, ozone pollution. And Dr. Northam is asking the question, what data are we dealing with? Because it depends on where the monitors are placed. We find that we have large areas that don't have any ozone monitors at all. And those areas actually have more ozone pollution than the areas that have regular ozone coverage. And so it depends on what data you're gathering. And so those are the things we'll be talking about. Okay.
Hello, I'm Shelley Stonecipher, and I am a veterinarian by training many years ago, and I've been in private veterinary practice. The first question I get is, what is a veterinarian doing in environmental health? So you may not be aware, but veterinarians are trained in environmental health. I worked at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in the state health department as an infectious disease epidemiologist, which means I worked a great deal on a lot of different infectious diseases. I am relatively new, in fact really new, to academia and teaching. I've taught a lot in the field. But what I'm here for is to talk about One Health, which I believe the first lecture mentioned. So I'm really happy to be here, and I will pass this off to. Oh, you got one. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. We share this.
I'm a graduate student from the University of North Texas, and I'm also a medical geographer, accent, where, and why. So for my thesis, I worked on maternal healthcare access in Texas. And I was alarmed by the fact that the U.S. with its advanced healthcare system has worse maternal health outcomes. And so I also ran through my thesis, and you'll get to know what I did. Thank you.
Hi, so I'm Nicholas Lawson, also a graduate student from the University of North Texas. I'm also a medical geography, but I'm looking at food desert or food systems. So the inspiration is coming from, as an international student, I get to UNT and wait a minute, I don't have adequate access to affordable and nutritious food. I didn't expect this, so this drove this was the heartbeat of my thesis, which looked at food desert in the DFW Metroplex and how we can use culturally preferred food in trying to solve these challenges. So that's what I'm going to talk about. Thank you.
Super, thanks, Nicholas. Okay, so for all of you to think about today, and I'm an educator as well, so these are our learning objectives. So I want you to think about how you can identify interdisciplinary methods. We all have kind of collaborated today and realize that we all do different things, but there are ways that we can do what we're doing maybe better together, right? So how can you identify different methods that we're talking about and this concept of community engagement? I'm going to be talking about that a little bit more at the end, i.e. providing you with research assistants or graduate students to build this climate resilience that we've been talking about. And Dr. Opong and our students will talk about place-based disparities as barriers to building climate resilience in communities, these pre-existing conditions, these vulnerable populations that we've talked about, these communities that have not had access for a long time being further exacerbated with these climate hazards. And then finally, exploring strategies to integrate the research, the methodologies, the ideas, the community-engaged research with data and community, and how we can work together to do that. So I'm going to give it to Dr. Stonecipher first. Dr. Stonecipher, you're a veterinarian, right? So how does veterinary medicine and, like you talked about, infectious disease and maybe even vectors come into play with climate change?
Okay, the first idea, concept, approach I'd like to present to you all is, again, One Health. So what does that mean? That is an approach that you can go to the CDC website to find out more, but in general it's an approach to solving health problems looking at the human, animal, and environmental interface. And one concept one approach I'd like to throw out to you is that when I worked with the State Health Department, the Centers for Disease Control, and even in private veterinary practice, I consistently came across individuals, the public, asking questions not just about their pet or whether it's a dog or cat or horse or whatever. They often asked health questions, and they often asked environmental questions, which you think they wouldn't ask those things, which I sure didn't think that, but they do. So there's a really great opportunity there to educate the public, which a lot of veterinarians do. And the reason I bring that up is, as I've said, we need to work across disciplines and across sectors to educate the public. A lot of veterinarians know about environmental science, and we have a basic understanding. But what I have learned over the years is that working across the community, speaking with physicians, do not have a lot of training in this at all. They don't have training in zoonotic diseases, which are diseases from animals to people. Government officials, your local emergency management officials, your COG, you just had the COG up here. All these individuals have a lot of knowledge that they can share, so I encourage you to get them in the room if you can. So I'm getting off topic here, but animals are in all of our lives, whether you have a dog or cat at home. So if you ate the chicken today at lunch, you have an investment in animals. And if you're worried about the price of eggs, you have a concern about animals. So there are a lot of other uses for animals, obviously food, fiber, it goes on and on. So just because you don't have a dog or cat doesn't mean you don't have an investment in that. And what I'd like to briefly talk about as well is what Dr. Northam just mentioned, vector-borne diseases. And I know for those of you who live in Dallas-Fort Worth, or, well, anywhere in the United States or elsewhere, you've probably heard of West Nile virus, right? So one of the impacts of increasing heat is the increase in longer season for vectors, meaning mosquitoes are around longer, so you obviously have more opportunity for mosquitoes to bite humans and consequently more opportunities for disease transmission. And anytime you change these seasons, the vectors, mosquitoes, ticks, etc., have more of an opportunity to adapt to transmit diseases as well, including the disease itself. For example, malaria, the Plasmodium parasite as well is adapting all the time. So not only do human beings undergo evolution, so do the rest of these guys, looking for an opportunity. So an example of that would be talking about individuals who live in several of these areas that were mentioned. What you're going to see a lot of times with lower SES is an increased risk exposure to these diseases, for example, because individuals can't afford screens on their windows, that sort of thing. So you have more opportunities for people to be bitten, you have more disease. My experience as well is that regardless of socioeconomic status, people are aware of these things, they just don't have the resources oftentimes. Increasing travel, that's actually how we believe West Nile virus made it to the United States 25 years ago. You have insect vectors that hitch a ride over. You can go anywhere in the world very quickly. Let's see, and then of course we have lots and lots more of us, human beings. We live closer together. When you have deforestation, you have increased opportunity for impact, exposure to wild animals. And Ebola is a great example of that. Ecotourism, going into caves and exposing bats to disease, that makes the opportunity for diseases to jump as well. So I will stop there.
That's okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, Dr. Opong, could you tell us why place matters and maybe introduce your students after that and some of their work?
Okay. So every one of us lives somewhere, and location is absolutely critical. Dr. Rose Jones had a lot of very profound things to say about how environment is probably more important than your genetics. And we see that. And so I have a few things that I want to run through very quickly, I promise. Yeah. So the overwhelming weight of evidence is that where you live influences not just what you're exposed to, but even your very behaviors and your choices. Whether you want to exercise or not exercise depends on how close you are to a park and all those kinds of things. So we need research that is conducted geographically, but at fine enough scales. And that's one of the points I want to emphasize. Frequently we have data, county level data, or NCT COG level data. But that data assumes that all of us who live in that geographic location, that spatial unit, are exposed to the same things. It assumes away our individual vulnerabilities, our individual differences, I have air conditioning in my home. You don't have air conditioning in your home. I have mosquito netting in my home. You don't. The fact that we all live in that same spatial unit, that zip code or census tract, doesn't mean that we have the same exposures. And so that kind of fine data is what we need to be able to make meaningful conclusions, draw meaningful conclusions from these things. So we need fine enough data, fine enough geographic data, and frequently that is missing. And NCT COG, thank you. My students use your data all the time. I wish that we had that finer geographic scales. That's a challenge. The other thing is that we need that data to be able to talk about maybe the relationships with various other things. In my class, medical health and medical geography, every student has to address one problem, a simple thing. Take any disease or any health issue, show me where is it, why is it there, and why does it matter? So show me where is it, why is it there, why does it matter? So this is a simple thing. We're looking at TB in Tarrant County, working with physicians from the UNT Health Sciences Center. And it was a simple thing of just, let's map the cases. So we have the census, the zip codes, and the shades are what percent of the population is foreign-born, and then how many TB cases are we diagnosing in there. My physician friends were very, very familiar with the long Excel spreadsheets that had all these cases. My students produced this map, and then we did it in a 3D, and their eyes are popping up. What are those mountains of TB in Tarrant County? So we zoomed in there, and then we found there was homeless shelters, 3 homeless shelters. So I took my students, we went in there, went into the homeless shelter, and within the homeless shelter, my students said, Dr. Opon, there are classes in the homeless shelter. And there are different risks within the homeless shelter. My point is that geography, how fine scale of geography is critical to understanding these issues. And there we map the active cases of TB versus the latent cases of TB versus the rest of the population. And so you can drill into that fine level and be able to draw inferences, conclusions, and decide what is the appropriate target for intervention. One of my students is talking about homelessness in Dallas. And so she goes to look at the homeless encampments. This was for her semester-long project. Homeless encampments, produces this map. And then says, where are the homeless shelters? So here are the encampments, here are the shelters. So there's a huge mismatch. And she says, these areas where you need people, we need services for them, there's nothing for them. And so a small intervention can be based on this data. The one general point that I want to make, and I think that's fundamental to everything we've heard this morning, is that many of our data are assuming that these humans are static. They are in one place. Humans are moving all the time. And so our static data is inadequate to help us to address the challenges. The spatial and temporal patterns of disease and their causal relationships are complex, multifactorial, and multidirectional. We need to move beyond the fixed locations or usual place of address. That's what we usually do. What's the usual place of living? What's the usual address? We need to move beyond that and think about humans moving. Your exposures are not based on your usual place of residence or usual place of work. What are you passing through every day? And so that is the kind of thing that we're doing in terms of the using GIS tools. And my bottom line is that geographies of health are far too complex. We're talking about some of these things. But frequently we're focusing on just one variable. So maybe I'm looking at whatever, but it's just one variable. So we need to not look at just one single perspective or group of factors such as individual attributes, environmental features, social relations, cultural systems. Place-based analysis of health behaviors and outcomes must address numerous processes and contexts that interact in a highly complex manner. And we need better, finer, and more nuanced data to be able to address these things. I think I'll end there, but my point is that We need better tools, better data, especially health data, and we run into a problem all the time, confidentiality. No, we run into a problem all the time. We have these powerful tools, but without the fine data, we cannot address these challenges that we have. I think that's a good place to stop. Oh, and my student Priscilla just finished a master's thesis. She was talking about maternal health care access. So a typical thing, what is where, why is it there, why does it matter, and then so what? And Priscilla will talk about her work.
Yeah, hello everyone. So as I mentioned, I worked on maternal health care access in Texas, and I was alarmed by the fact that the U.S. with its advanced healthcare system experienced worse maternal health outcomes compared to other peer nations. And per literature, many pregnant women in Texas travel over 70 miles in getting access to these facilities. And this is just not inconvenient. It can be dangerous to their health. Then also there's significant spatial disparities in the distribution of these facilities. And as a medical geographer, I was concerned about where are these areas, which areas are experiencing limited access to these services, where and why. And so I came out with a research question of identifying the geography of maternal health care access in Texas and the characteristics of these areas. And for my methods, I used GIS to map all the locations of these facilities in Texas. Then I did a network analysis of 32 miles drive. So per literature, that's the reasonable distance that pregnant women have to stay so that in case of any emergency, they can get to these facilities on time. Then I also did some statistical analysis. Yeah, so let's go to my results. Yeah, so for this image, it has the distribution of all the facilities, maternal health care facilities in Texas, and with a service area of 32 miles drive. And so the next thing was for me to identify areas that have limited access to these services. And we can see from around getting to El Paso area, then getting West Texas, from West Texas to Southern Texas and Panhandle, and around southern part of Texas. All these areas have limited access to these services. Now, why is it that these areas have limited access to these services? So I employed socioeconomic characteristics. I did income. And for income, I employed the USDA definition, which says that when a tract has 20 or more of its population falling below the poverty line, that tract has been classified as classified as a low-income area. And so I overlaid the location of these facilities. And now we can see that we have low-income and non-low-income areas. So for the low-income areas, they are the green shaded, and for the non-low income, they are the purple shaded areas. And you can see that for almost all areas that have limited access to these services are low income areas. And so income could be an issue. Then I zoomed into Dallas, of course. And for Dallas, you can see that almost all areas that have limited access to these services are in the low-income areas. And of course, these facilities, because of profit maximizing, will not like to locate in areas that people there cannot afford to pay their bills. They will run at a loss. Yeah. Then I also employed health insurance. Of course, that matters to healthcare facilities. And for that, I got the percentage of uninsured population versus the location. And I still displayed the facilities over percentage of uninsured population. And still in Dallas, I zoomed in and we can see that almost all areas that have limited access to these services have higher percentage of uninsured population. And if you don't have insurance, excuse me, you cannot pay your bills. And these facilities will not attend to you or will not like to locate in these areas. They will still run at a loss. Yeah. Then I came up with a statistical analysis. For this, I was interested in odds ratio. Now, the odds ratio measures the disease occurring in a non-exposed group compared to same disease occurring in the exposed group. And so I was able to identify tracts that fall within or outside the maternal health care service areas. And for income, I had an odds ratio of 1.9, which means that Low-income areas have 1.9 odds of living outside a maternal health care service area. And for health insurance, I had odds ratio of 1.62, which means that areas with high percentage of uninsured population have 1.6 odds of living outside a maternal health care service areas. And so if you are thinking of policies, if you are thinking of building more facilities for women, these are vulnerable people. These are the areas that we should consider. Yeah, I'll end here and I'll take more questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Priscilla. Go ahead, Nicholas.
Okay, so a lot has been said about food deserts, and I don't need to show you where these food deserts are, but you know that most food deserts are in the urban core of the DFW Metroplex. So we have a lot of food desert in Dallas and even the Fort Worth area, and where I find myself, UNT is also a food desert. Okay, but you realize that we've been talking about sustainable strategies, urban resilience strategies. So you're taking UNT, for example, most of these strategies that we've undertaken includes community gardens near halls of residence. We have the hydroponic farms. We have even campus food banks. These are great initiatives that promote improved food security. But there's a challenge. The challenge is there's a bit of a cultural disconnect. The UNT is very diverse. We have a large amount of international students made up of Asians and Africans, and the number is increasing. So we have all these strategies that are being put in place, but what food is being grown? What food is being produced? These food are not culturally preferred by these people. So we have dining halls providing food from these food banks and from these farms, but not being consumed by people that really need it. These international students are really the most vulnerable people on the UNT campus, but they do not have access to this food. So in as much as we try to do this urban resilience, smart climate initiatives, we need to know what is the demography of the people that have food insecurity before we can decide to take any initiative. Okay, because I can say that improving access alone is not enough. That's what I want to say. Strategies must be inclusive and respond to the needs of all residents in the community. That's the message I want to put across. Okay, so as policymakers, we know where we can put this urban agricultural market and all that, but we're looking at who lives there and what is their demography. I tried to use UNT as a case study, and when I zoomed in into the Fort Worth area, into the Dallas area, you realize that these food deserts were the most vulnerable people and were people of other minority groups. Their food preference will be unique to the ordinary American. So if we produce food that is preferred by the American, these people will not consume it. It's like putting a large grocery store. You have a lot of large grocery stores being put up to serve food desert, but these minority groups do not prefer them, so they do not consume it. Okay, so what I want to say, before we undertake a strategy, first of all, we need to identify who lives where and their characteristics. Then we now use the local data to identify these disparities in the food access and inform place-based solutions. We can, when we are doing our hydroponic farms, our community gardens, we need to ensure that food that are preferred by these these minority groups are also included in the growing of these foods. And also we can incorporate ethnic market into as a food desert solution. So that's my message for us. Improving access alone is not enough. Strategies must be inclusive and respond to the needs of all residents in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Okay, so in conclusion, we were brought here to really bridge the gap between maybe the silos that we all live in, especially from an academic perspective. We have a lot of resources and tools and methodologies that we're currently deploying with our students. And we're really excited to have conversations with you, your particular research interests, and integrate them into our classrooms. That's what we're looking for, this community engaged work, which might have been different in the past. I have a group of students, which I've already talked about, my graduate students, that are looking, 32 of them, to be placed with community organizations to do research. They're primarily epidemiologists, and they need community partners. So it's an excellent tool for us. They are in this program for a year, and an excellent tool for us to engage with the community and do community engaged work. So as far as our entire panel, I just want to say thank you very much for what you're doing, and let's look at academia and building climate resilience with a public health lens. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah.
What agencies or different groups are you currently collaborating with, sharing that information, and kind of what's the feedback that you're getting from them, or even feedback from yourself of where those disconnects are really happening, agencies that are actually trying to promote these different issues?
Okay, so me, for my food desert, or for, let's say, my food sources, I use the USDA data sources. The USDA give us data sources and zip codes. They are GIS data, more or less. But the issue is they map food sources that allow them to be mapped, more or less. So you realize that you might not get all food sources data. So that's the challenge we have. So if maybe, and the other data sources are quite expensive. So as a graduate student, we need a lot of finances to be able to have access to these data. These are the challenge we have, to have reliable data. The more, the better the data we have, the better our results, and we can influence policy adequately.
So, your typical graduate student has to write a thesis or a paper. And frequently, they are looking for a problem. And that is so we can collaborate with you. Because if I know that you have this problem, you have this data, then I can match that with the student. We want to work on practical problems rather than just make-believe problems. And so they can then engage with the community and actually solve the problem. I mentioned Dr. Northam's research. Ozone pollution. You have ozone alert. Who does that ozone alert cover? Dr. Northam did a simple analysis of where are the ozone monitoring stations. And she showed that in the areas where you have the most pollution, you want to talk about it?
Yeah, where the areas have the most pollution don't have any sensors. And who are we disseminating that to? And how do they know if where they are, how their air pollution is, right? So just this health literacy and education is also a very big piece. We also did an analysis of the density of actual sensors that would be required to give everyone what their health or what the air pollution is like in their area. And it was very high, the amount of sensors. So I think that developing these research questions can be co-created with our community partners. And that's kind of what we're here to say. This community core model, and hopefully you'll all scan the QR code, is actually how you sign up for the group of community members, and you can do one of two things. Be on our governance board. You come into our classrooms, and whether you have a PhD or not, you have lived experiences, and that matters to us, and that matters to our students. And we need to learn through those lived experiences. Or you want to have our students collaborate with you, develop a research question, work on cleaning your data, whatever it might be, so that they can learn from you as well as we contribute to what the needs of your organization, what you might be doing. So it's truly a win-win, and we're here to be partners rather than looking up at some ivory tower, which doesn't exist anymore. Oh, also, by the way, there was a mention of some of the CDC social vulnerability data being gone. We actually have repositories for all that data now. So if you do want to connect with me and are looking for a particular data set, I might be able to direct you towards where that is.
The other thing is that many of our students are looking for internships. So you have a bunch of data, you probably need some GIS analyst, some GIS expert. We have those experts here. Nicholas, GIS expert, is looking for an internship. And so those are the things we can help to provide. We've trained them, but we need your input to help to refine the question that they can address. So supposing that you had a specific research question, and that's the question, that's one point that I want to make. Sometimes we don't know the right questions to ask. And so working with these students will help us to refine those questions so that we can get the right data to be able to answer those questions that we need to answer. And that's where we can work together. Yeah, no, we are not living in a silo. We are in here, we want to work with you. Go for it.
I'm so happy that we're having this conversation. I'm so happy that we're having this conversation because as a community practitioner, I read data, but then it's like it prompts other questions.
Yes.
And I don't know how to find the answer to the next question. And so I feel frozen. Like, so for example, can I use your group for an example? Okay. So I read CCAP, which I assume you're familiar with, and CCAP says the average summer temperature in Dallas is going to increase, is projected to increase by 5 degrees by 2050. And I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, that's 25 years away. That's not much time. We have all these vulnerable communities. I start having questions about which communities could experience the highest rates of mortality. Which communities are most prepared to deal with this projected increase in temperature? What are the most valuable interventions that we could assist the city with? Because they can't do it by themselves. So we have all these questions. I spend tons of time reading stuff, but I really need people who've already read it all, who know a lot more than I do. So it's like, how do we find answers to these questions? I make phone calls all the time. I called the North Texas Council of Governments, and they're like, well, we don't do that. We can't help you with that. But maybe you can go, I could spend weeks on the phone doing this. So what is the most effective and efficient way for the practitioners in the field to reach the folks that have the answers or the ability to go get them in an efficient way? Because 25 years for a 5-degree increase in temperature, we need to be running like at the speed of light, like right now. But most of us don't know which direction to run because there's so many different factors involved in climate.
Yeah.
That's my question.
Yeah. It's a good question. We need to find a way to get you with us. In other words, if you get the questions, my students are looking for questions. They are looking for research problems. And then you have a research problem, and then you need a solution to that. So if you can get a way to get the two of us together, that would be wonderful. About 5 years ago, I was in class, teaching my medical geography class, and I mentioned an encounter I had with a journalist. He came to me and said, Dr. Opong, what is the risk of a measles outbreak in Texas? I'm going, don't waste my time. He goes, think about it. You have many people who are taking vaccine exemptions. Could it be that a measles outbreak could occur? And I mentioned this in class, and one of my students, Ronnie Phillips, took this up. Carrie, can you go to that slide? One of my students, Ronnie Phillips, took it up. He produced a map, a system of kindergarten to 7th graders and their vaccination rates. We have that data for school districts. Linked that to the other data, populations that live in those places. And the last one. And what he showed was the areas where you had a vaccine exemption. And so Ronnie came up and said that in these areas, you're going to have, no, keep going. You're not there. The last one where it said there's thanks. Just click on that. No, click on that. Oh, it's not related. It's not linked. Oh, no. Okay. Okay. But what Ronnie did was link that vaccine exemption data to the different populations. Yeah. So scroll down. And so what he was predicting the areas where we are most likely to have maybe measles outbreak because of the people who have the different, keep scrolling, yeah, okay. So that's, for example, DTaP vaccination rates. So you have the areas, 90% of the people are vaccinated, only so much percentage is vaccinated. And so based on that, he was saying if you have an outbreak of, let's say, measles is going to be here. It's going to be, so I call him Prophet Ronnie. Because now what he was talking about 5 years plus ago is a reality. Now that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. If we ask those questions, a student is looking to run with those things, and then we can do some interesting things. So at least we have some input that we can use to think through these issues. It can help us to refine the questions that we're asking. Okay.
And this is Storyboard, which is a GIS tool that we teach our students to use, and it's really great for external communications.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, Carrie, so if you want to connect your study about ozone and the monitoring network, the regulatory monitoring network, to policy, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality right now has open public comments on its network of monitors throughout the state. Okay, yes, that's what I wanted to say. But I would love to see the data that you've collected, because we are also drafting comments and sharing those out with communities across the state. So let's chat. Okay.
Perfect.
So this is kind of like a question/comment or just something to consider. My name is Reagan Reyes, and I'm from the West Dallas area, and I'm an educator. And I just want us to start thinking that these vulnerable areas, they're not just places to get our data from, but also our talent scouting pools. Because a lot of our younger youth who in these 25 years will be maybe graduate student age, they will maybe be homeowners in those areas. They might inherit homes. And how are we making sure that we're cultivating the next generation in those areas and not just being maybe outsiders coming in to fix their problems? So I just want us all to always have that in the back of our mind of how are we making sure that we're getting kids from West Dallas, that we're getting students from South Dallas, and cultivating them to be, the future, and to take care of their own homes and their own health, and to not just, we have to put this in layman terms for them, but no, they are the experts. So I just want us all to always consider that, because, we won't be here forever. And, they will have to step up. I work with middle schoolers, so I get it. It could be hard, and it could seem like it's working against the grain, but the potential is definitely there. So thank you all for your expertise and all that.
Thank you. There's a question there, yeah. Right there.
Last question.
Oh, okay. I don't have a question. This is just a comment. As much as a lot of us are not interested in politics, you now have to be. And that kind of answers your question, because when I finished my master's in public health, I was into the earth and recycling and the air, and my instructor said, you're going to get pulled into politics. I said, oh, no, I won't. I'm the environmental commissioner for District 8. So you have to get to your city leaders, because you can't do anything without them. Find the ones that are into the environment. Try not to vote for the ones who aren't, because, and kind of see through if they're just pulling your leg, because this is an election year, and I'm with the Sierra Club, and we put out questionnaires and ask that, each candidate, how do you, feel about this? Well, of course, they're going to tell you they like the environment, they're going to do this and that. But if you really know something about the candidate, you know where the interests really lie. So for all of us, we are some of the first generations that whether you want to or not, you have to get involved in some of the politics and things of the evenings in the evening that you don't want to go to. I know we want to eat dinner, but we don't have that choice anymore. Catherine and all of us on the commission have spent evenings at public hearings, eating a sandwich afterwards. So, but that's the answer, I think, is getting involved and educating, again, the community so they can help you and they know what's going on.
Yeah, I just want to say I really appreciate this discussion that we're having now. I want to thank you all for just the input that you have, and then especially when you're talking about the interns and connecting data with the community, because that's what this is all about. The North Texas Climate Symposium is just connecting the community with local government as well as the institutions, educational institutions, and us just working together. So I'm just excited about this conversation, and I look forward to talking to you all after this, if we can get together. My name is Paul. I'm the interim director here for the Office of Environmental Quality and Sustainability. So I spoke a little bit earlier, but I'm not sure how many people got a chance to hear that. But thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you all. I think that's serving to a nice segue into our final session of today of the Climate Symposium. We're going to give the opportunity for the City of Dallas Environmental Quality and Sustainability team to come discuss CCAP. So we've thrown that acronym around a lot. It's the Comprehensive Environmental and Climate Action Plan, and that's the city's approach to environmental quality, sustainability, environmental justice, adaptation, and mitigation. So those loaded terms, what those actions are, what they consist of, and how the city is actively moving forward to address environmental quality within the city. So I'll ask my team to come up and take their seats. We're going to give them an opportunity for us to just not talk about it comprehensively, but just to highlight some of the programs that we're currently working on, how we got to that point, the impact that we're currently having, and what the effort it takes to run our climate action, our plan, and how we are directly impacting the community on a day-to-day basis. So we do have slides for today, so we're just going to run through them quickly. I gave you all the overview of CCAP, but just to talk about it, there's 8 overall goals within CCAP. We talk about transportation, energy, food access, air quality, transportation, the built environment, zero waste, and water. So we talk about it from a comprehensive standpoint. And in those goals, there's 8 goals, but there are 97 actions within those goals. And those actions are strategies that we use to address sustainability within our city. Within those 97 actions spread across the 8 goals, they focus on environmental justice, mitigation, and adaptation. Those are their 3 main components. We try to get that nexus point of the general Venn diagram that you've seen about sustainability, environmental justice. We want to make sure that all of our initiatives hit that sweet spot in the middle, that they're addressing all of those things with our main focus group being the residents of Dallas. We want to impact our residents equitably, sustainably, not just today, but for the future.
Hello, everyone. I'll go first. One recent project that we had was the Urban Heat Island study. So we, over the summer of 2023 and 2024, we gathered data using over 100 volunteers each summer. So we collected data, we mapped 350 square miles of the city, which is all of the land miles of the city of Dallas. The purpose was to have this data and to find those hot areas, the hottest areas, and have the data to think about cooling solutions and implementation of those. and also to advance the CCAP goals, including increasing canopy cover, reducing the urban heat island index, alleviating adverse environmental conditions, improving air quality. So there's just a bunch of uses for this data. We did find that the maximum temperature difference was 12 degrees. So at one given time, one area was 12 degrees hotter than another, which is pretty big. And we did notice that the areas with more infrastructure, like highways, industrial areas, were hotter than other parts of the city. And we did also notice that pocket parks, areas with a higher canopy cover really did help in reducing the temperature. The next step is, the recommendation is to repeat this in about 5 years after we've implemented some mitigation strategies. And we're also working with the other departments in the city to share this data with them and see how they can implement this data into their projects.
And I am next. My name is Rosa Cisneros, and I support OPONG in the implementation of our CCAP. We're very lucky to have 16 city departments that help us with like the boots on the ground type of work whenever it comes to our climate action plan, but there are other initiatives that are within our department, one of them being our Switch Together partnership. So we are currently working with Solar United Neighbors and iChooser to run this program, Switch Together, and the way it works is our partners go out and speak to different solar vendors and try to negotiate a discounted price for our residents. So it kind of streamlined that process for anybody who's interested. They'll look at the solar installers and kind of see customer reviews, financial stability, and get more familiar with the organization. And then they do the negotiating. So for this year, they were able to get a discounted rate of $2.31 per watt, which is about 22% below market price. So it's a pretty good deal. Next steps would be that anyone that is interested can go to our website and register, which at that point they can get a personal recommendation. So our partners kind of look at the aerial view of your rooftop and kind of see what type or what size of system you would need based on your electricity usage. At that point, they give you an estimate price, potential financing options, also consider federal tax credits, and then you can kind of review and see if you're interested in moving forward with that installation. If not, there is no obligation to move forward, so they won't be calling over and over again like some installers do. But at least you kind of get an idea of what that would look like. But if you do move forward, our partners will then connect residents with the installer. That way they can go ahead and move forward with the installation. And that is Switch Together. But I do want to plug in one more thing. We're currently in the works of trying to put together a Solar 101 workshop. A Solar 101 workshop. Right now we have it scheduled for May 15th at the West Dallas Multi-Purpose Center from 6:30 to 7:30. So more information to come on that.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Natalie Urquenes, and I am so thankful y'all are here today. I am the team lead for the City of Dallas Green Business Certification Program, and I am pleased to announce that we are currently updating and revitalizing this program to enhance customer experience, spread recognition, and stay committed to our service first now mentality. For those unaware what this program has to offer, this is free for all businesses to participate, and essentially it prioritizes businesses who participate in sustainable practices and make conscious decisions to help protect and restore our natural environment. Originally under the Sanitation Division, it is now switched to OEQS. And so we are trying to make the program basically to recognize businesses that do more than just waste and, do things such as air, water, conservation, things of that nature. We anticipate that this program will be ready to accept applications this summer. However, in the meantime, we ask people to start spreading the word. Please stay up to date on our website and recent announcements. We really are trying to grow this program and see all the potential it has to offer. I know we've heard a lot about business participation today, so I'm really encouraged to see that. And if you would like to learn more about this program, please visit dallascityhall.com/greenbusiness, or please contact myself. Happy to give a business card and discuss more.
Hello, my name is Yarixa Torres Espinosa. I'm with the Urban Agriculture team. I'm part with Rebecca Siebert regarding our comprehensive urban ag plan. This comes from our CCAP goal 7 of all Dallas communities having access to healthy local foods, which we look at establishing partnerships. Establishing partnerships as well as improving our food deserts, reducing our distance of farm to table, as well as preparing our food systems for the resiliency of extreme weather events, and reducing our food waste. Our comprehensive urban ag plan was approved by City Council in 2023, had 5 key recommendations. We look at reducing regulatory barriers to land access all the way to building market opportunities. Today I'm just going to highlight a handful of our UA programming as of these last 2 years. Currently, at the end of last year, we launched our Urban Agriculture Infrastructure Support Grant that looked at $100K funding to local urban agriculture growers who are integrated in our local food system here in the city of Dallas. Each grantee can go towards up to $10K per application. And this past year alone, we looked at around 14 applicants and those funding around 22 project sites here in the city of Dallas. Other items would be our Growers Education Workforce Development item, which essentially looks at paid mentorships and apprenticeships here in the city of Dallas and at our local stakeholders around the surrounding of Dallas. Other items that we've touched base on is also Urban Agriculture Community Health Explorer, which is a GIS web map, which we have an overview of like what the metrics looks like in the city of Dallas regarding urban agriculture growth. When we started the COOP, we had around 15 to 17 acres of productive land. As of 2024, we've been seeing the increase of 24 acres. With a plethora of items within this GIS web map, apart from just not only historic urban agriculture data, but as well as historic red line data, health, social, economics data, and such. Other items, proactive programming we do with communities one-on-one is our Growing Wellness, Health Through Agriculture. It's a monthly series that looks at medicinal herbal methods for folks learning how to grow it sustainably at home, as well as how to actually consume certain products, as well as we have a local kitchen pilot that just launched this past month or 2 months ago, which is an 8-week series that works one-on-one residents, giving them groceries per class, as well as educating them in seasonal cooking, growing sustainably within full cycle home. Apart from that, we also facilitate partnerships within the city and beyond when we're looking at Dallas Inner City Growers Dig Summit, as well as other partnerships like Job and Mama's Farms with the Job and Juneteenth Festival. Yeah.
All right. So I'm Freddie Ortiz, and I, along with Marissa Figge, we manage the Dallas Community Air Management Program, or DCAMP, which is a network of non-regulatory air sensors across Dallas. As we know, there is a data gap of air quality knowledge at the neighborhood level. So our program helps fill in that data gap of air quality data where people live, work, and play. Our DCAP program does help with our goal 8 of our CCAP, and it also, our program, they accomplished it kind of evolved from earlier Breathing Easy Dallas projects. So our DCAP program, we started with, we installed 5 air sensors in the beginning of 2023, and by the spring of 2024, we had installed 24 air sensors all across Dallas with at least one air sensor in each council district. Before we install the air sensors out in the neighborhood, we do follow the EPA best practice of doing a co-location calibration for each monitor. And then, so potentially, so that we do that to increase the accuracy of the data that we collect and display. And also, some of the uses of the data that we collect that we do have available for the public to look at is for just general public knowledge. We hope for possibly used for future land use planning, scientific studies, and to do some targeted asthma education in the neighborhoods. So we did collaborate, and I'll talk about, here's the part where I talk about how we display the information to the public. So we collaborated with our department, DBI, to create a dashboard. And here's the QR code. You can scan it there. It has all the data of each of our air sensors that you can see. And you can also look at trend lines, data that's collected in the past for each sensor, maybe the past 8 hours, 24-hour averages. It's all there. You can also reach the dashboard. Thank you. Yeah, the long day. Sorry much. The dashboard, 3dots.net. If you take a picture, or DallasClimateAction.com. And oh yes, and we also have quarterly reports available for each sensor. So it's also on Dallas Climate Action. And we'll be here to answer any questions. Please ask.
Yes, thank you, team. Want to open up the floor for any questions about just CCAP, the city's approach overall? I'm coming, I promise.
Thank you. My name's Diane Tassian, and I'm a member of the League of Women Voters of Dallas, and I've had an interest in the environment for many years, but I am not an expert. However, in the past, I have worked with Hearts and Hammers, which is an organization which is now defunct in Dallas, but it worked with the city's minor home repair program. And I am wondering if that is still in existence, and if, Rosa, would it be possible for homeowners in the that sort of category to take avail themselves of the solar opportunities?
As far as the minor home repair program, I believe housing does still run that
program. And when it comes to Switch Together, absolutely. We do like to promote it to City of Dallas residents, but honestly, it's open to anyone in the DFW area. So if you are interested, we can share this information with housing as well. That way they can promote it to their network. But yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Just interested in the air quality data. Have you looked at it? What does it look like? Are we trending with the TCQ sensors, or?
I would say definitely would, on ozone seasons, we can see a trend. Like if it's an ozone action day, we do see ozone trend up, past maybe.
Any discrepancies from the sensors indicating like unique environmental conditions in that particular area, not represented by the TCQ location?
Well, again, it's kind of, we'll have to take a look at the data, and we can look at it.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, let's look at that together. I'm happy to share that with you.
I just want to give huge kudos to the OEQS team. Not only did they put this event together, but they work all year long on these various initiatives. They're out in the community. They're talking to folks. One of the ways that we can support our Office of Environmental Quality and Sustainability staff and their initiatives is that there is currently a community survey that helps the city council decide and the city manager to decide how much funding each of our city divisions get based on responses about the things that are important to you. And so I would encourage anybody who's interested in supporting these programs and their longevity into the future to go and look at the city's community survey that they have open now through May, and rank Office of Environmental Quality and Sustainability, these environmental initiatives that we've been talking about all day long, as high among your priorities for the city, so that they can get the funding and the budget that they need to keep doing the work that is truly important to all of us, and as we've kind of talked at length today, important to the health of our city. So I just wanted to put that out there. And Paul, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I just want to add to that because the last couple of weeks we've been looking at House Bill 4313, and all I can say is action, action, action. I talked to my wife recently about the fact that I'm really learning a lot about the power that the state has in this bill in particular, to where if this bill goes through, there is no funding, whether we can accept it from, we can't accept private funding, public, anything related to taxes, which that's a major source of revenue for us. So just being active in keeping up with what's going on the state level as well as the federal level, but make sure your voices are heard. So I just want to add that to what Catherine said.
Is it on? Yeah. There we go. Okay. I was about to say what Catherine said, and I'd like to add to it, because if you notice, this is the team for OEQS. Do you see 30 people there? That's all there is. And you know how big Dallas is, so they really need our community help and our input and support, showing that we need them. The heat survey study that was talked about earlier, I participated in that. And it is really hot when you do that. But this is the Heat Island study. I printed it out so that I could bring it if somebody wanted to flip through it. But it's a tremendous amount of work. And like I said, that work's being done by the people you see here, not 30 people.
Thank you, Renee. I also wanted to add, I forgot to mention that data for the Heat Island study is available on DallasClimateAction.com.
I got a question for a couple of y'all. The Green Business Program, does that help facilitate or have resources for getting buildings LEED certified or in some other system as green buildings, or is it just for the business processes?
So ideally, that's going to be one of the questions we'd like to address in providing resources. I will say, I know LEED has been obviously a big topic, and how we're going to go about that. So I don't have the best answer for you yet, but like I said, we are trying to develop resources for businesses. Maybe if it's not LEED certification, but definitely for those who are interested in becoming more sustainable or just kind of curious about the whole process to begin with. Because obviously, or maybe you don't, but for those who don't know what LEED certification is, it can be a very technical process, and it goes through a lot of things. So I think, or at least one of my goals would be, how do we kind of break that down? What are the building blocks? And then maybe we can help them eventually get to LEED if that's something they would like to do. Or, if they're not actually getting the certification, maybe they can do all the things they need to do and pretend they're certified, but go through us ideally, because, they're going to be certified through the city, which looks really great. But yes, ideally, like I said, trying to get to that point and provide as many resources as we can. It's, up and coming. We are in the middle of an update. So please have some patience. But I do appreciate that comment, and thank you for your interest.
No problem. My next question, it's actually two-parter for Mariska and Freddie. Mariska, what were the determining factors if you found any for the discrepancy in temperatures at any given time at the same time. So you mentioned there was the highest was a 12-degree difference. You mentioned some of those, but were there any, smoking guns in that? And the second one, so I get out of the way for Freddie, the sensors that you installed, what was the modeling that you did for that? What are you looking for in those sensors? So that's it.
I don't think we found any surprising data. Like I mentioned, those hotter areas were more concrete, less shading, less trees. And the 12-degree temperature difference happened in the afternoon, so that was the hottest period. We measured between 3 to 4 p.m. So we did 6 to 7 a.m., 3 to 4 p.m., and 7 to 8 p.m. So 3 to 4 was the hottest, so maybe that was a surprising factor. But in terms of like infrastructure, there were any surprises really. The hottest areas were like West Dallas, the I-35 corridor going south.
All right, great question, Jesus. So all of our pods, every single one of them, they measure PM 2.5 and PM 10, also NO2 and ozone. And we have some that have an additional electrochemical sensor to detect SO2. And then we have another group that does those first four that I mentioned, plus total VOCs and CO. And so what we do, we look, when we're looking at placing those, we look at areas that have an industry nearby in the neighborhood to determine which sensor and which group we put on there. We also look at our EJ score from our internal mapping tool, and also looking kind of TCEQ data as well.
So I'm just curious what levels were for the NO2 gas in those neighborhood areas, and also if there was a plan to include some sort of monitoring for H2S, especially in the poor neighborhoods that come from the sewer infrastructure. The collection system is a little bit older, so they tend to get more SSOs than others, and in those areas where the SSOs occur, that's sanitary sewer overflow. They normally produce more H2S gas in those areas. Yeah.
I don't think we, as a date, we haven't thought about that, but it is something that we can definitely take a look at. We do have an option with the sensors that we do have made by APMesh. We do have H2S sensors available for that, so that might be something that we may look into in the future. And we'll see how much time.
The levels of it.
Oh, NO2, yes. We did notice that as our extreme heat and humidity kind of skews NO2 a little bit higher in the summer. So we've noticed that.
We have time for one more question from the audience. One more.
I was just curious, like, to kind of maybe end on an inspiring note, like, what makes Dallas unique in this work, given that, climate change is like a global problem and where we're working for solutions in all kinds of places, in all kinds of ways, like, what makes us unique? Or, like, what are unique opportunities that we have going forward? I know that there's, like, a lot of challenges that we're facing, but what is keeping you all hopeful in this work?
I'll talk about the urban heat island study. So there have been a lot of studies done on like surface temperature or maps taken by satellite data. So ours was ambient air temperature, which is what we feel, and so that was unique. And I think that data is really important going forward in planning.
All right. So for me, being pretty much the old man in the group, it really kind of goes back to 2004, 2005. The city made a commitment to be more sustainable, environmentally, conscious, a good environmental steward. We developed an environmental policy, and that drove a lot of changes in our operations. And from there, just a lot of champions with officials, our whole department, other champions and other environmental champions in other departments that we have, our sister departments. We just kept the gas pedal down, and we're vocal and say, hey, let's look at different ideas. Let's start looking at urban agriculture. Let's look at air quality. Look at other sustainable initiatives that we put out with energy efficiency. So, and it just keeps building. We have an environmental commission now. They're our champions as well. So I think it's this big momentum that just started from 2004. I don't think it's going to stop. I say we're a lot better than Austin and greener. I've always said that. And I hope, one day soon that we really toot our own horn a lot louder so everybody can know all the great things, initiatives that we've done that a lot of people don't know. And really people start thinking now that, oh yeah, Dallas is green. Dallas is super green.
And I want to take a shot at answering that as well. I think in terms of what keeps us motivated and moving forward, I would go back to the CCAP itself and the way it's designed. The 97 actions, each one of those actions can be its own plan and own strategy that can have a dedicated team for a decade working on. So I think there was a comment about what direction should we be running. We benefit from the plan because we know which way to go. So that keeps us motivated, keeps us busy, I would say, just knowing what direction to go. And I think when we collaborate and communicate with other municipalities in North Texas, ranging in size, some do not have a plan, and they look to the CCAP where they copy and paste components of it, and they look to us to engage with to learn some of the successes and challenges. So we're looked at from a regional standpoint and also nationally in some of the work that we're currently doing, that we're helping this municipality sustainability momentum move forward. So the work that we're constantly doing, there's always impact locally, but also regionally and nationally that we can hang our hat on. And then the second response to that is the way that we process our actions and sustainability. It's first the question, what's the challenge in the community? I'll use Urban Heat Island, for example. We know it's hot. Well, we now know how hot it is and what the built environment factors into the heat. So we've done the research, we have the data, now we need to make a plan. So now we're creating the plan, and that plan will then fall into policy recommendations to address it from a health standpoint, from our community, from a building standpoint, in terms of codes and policies and ordinances that businesses must adhere to or recommend or to follow. So there's always a progression forward of where we are in any given action, what the next step is. So we know what that step is, and that's how we're moving forward. So we stay busy with that. That's what the CCAP is designed for, and we're very beneficial that it's designed in that way. It's not aspirational, very tangible, step by step, how to move forward for environmental justice for the city of Dallas.
Opon, can I add one thing to that?
Absolutely.
When we talk about our inspiration, honestly, I feel like the inspiration comes from our community. Look at all these people here in this room and look how much, like, all the stuff that's being done. Having all of these voices together, all of this expertise, knowing what our community members know and using that local knowledge to benefit our city and knowing how can we make this better for residents. Honestly, that's kind of what drives me, and it's really inspiring to see, all of the activism that comes forth, despite, honestly, maybe some are different ideas in the state, we'll say. But knowing, again, kind of what Freddie was saying, that there are champions out there all working towards the same thing is really motivating, and that's why I'm so happy to be part of this conference, and thank you for the question.
So I want you all to help me in thanking our team for their information today in the panel, and then the work that they're also doing on a day-to-day basis. Thank you all. Well, we're coming to the end of our program for today. I did want to pass it off to our interim director, Paul White II, to give some closing remarks.
All right, thank you. Oh,
I just want to let everybody know that there'll be a networking cocktail party over in the atrium, over by Gandhi over there. You're all invited. Thank you for being here today, being part of this climate symposium, and being part of EarthX 2025. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, I also want to add to like just enthusiasm about the city of Dallas. Just looking at the growth, because there's things that happen all over the country as far as when it comes to environmental justice issues, and we've had some situations in Dallas that we've grown from, and that the leaders in Dallas have invested in. We have properties like Jeffries Myers development in the Fair Park areas, and that's an underserved area, and that's a brownfield, and the city has put some money towards that to invest in that brownfield so that we can do environmental risk and due diligence study in that area, right, to see if the soil or groundwater is impacted. That's something. We learned a lot from Shingle Mountain, and we didn't run from it as a city, right? So that makes me feel good, because some of these things that happen in our communities, we could easily run from those things. We talked about redlining and rezoning, and you look at our concrete batch plant, the new SUP that Catherine talked about. So I feel like the city is proactively trying to address sustainability as well as environmental justice, and I know that's one of those partisan words that people don't like to talk about with this new administration as much, but I'm going to say it anyway because I'm proud of the work that we're doing as a city and that we're standing tall on that. So moving to the closing remarks, I just want to thank you all for being part of the North Texas Climate Symposium today. We appreciate your passion, thoughts, and ideas, and that's what makes this event worth having annually. So speaking of that, I just want to thank our team for all the work they put in. I want to thank Maritza, Opong, Judy, I don't think she's in the room, but Freddie, all of you all who helped organize this event. I also want to thank Mike from Dallas Comms over there. Yeah, so everything that's happened today is going to be on YouTube, so people can watch it, and hopefully we get an audience from that. And I also want to thank the speakers as well, and the college, thank y'all. Because there's so many people, thank you. Y'all brought up some really good topics and ideas today. So, as we close, let's just take a moment to reflect on the central theme that resonated throughout our sessions, and that's the connection between climate change and public health. And whether it's air quality, extreme weather, or the growing impact of urban heat island effect in our cities, these environmental challenges are real, and they affect real lives, especially in the most vulnerable communities. A couple of things I took away today that I was like, wow, okay, had to do with the PM 2.5, ozone, and other pollutants that lead to low birth weight and neurodevelopment delays in children. So, okay, that's good information to know. I also was very surprised about the age disparity between kind of south of I-30 in Dallas and north, right? In our underserved communities and those that are doing financially better. It was amazing to me to see the age difference and how long, people live in the average age in those communities. So also for UNT, the homeless map, that was really cool to me. Even though I work for the city, and I probably should know that, but to see it on the GIS like that, and to see all the homeless, population and the few shelters we have and where they're located throughout the city, that's important. Because somebody had mentioned earlier about a silo, and it's like sustainability is not just, dealing with trees, and it's not just about flood control and water conservation. It also, you have to think about outside of that silo, you have to think about homelessness. You have to think about affordable housing. It's not just about, some of the things that are evident to us. It's some other things, and I appreciated that. So, with that being said, I hope you all learned a little bit more about our comprehensive environmental climate action plan, and that it's just not a plan for lowering greenhouse gas emissions. It's about building resilience, sustainability into all of our neighborhoods. And, it's also about how we rethink our design, and design our spaces as well as our infrastructure, and, how we create policies to put people in their health at the center. So as we head out from today's symposium, I just hope we take some knowledge with us and a renewed sense of urgency and purpose to push forward to make a North Texas that's healthier and more resilient. And safe travels to everybody, and we look forward to seeing you at next year's symposium.
reception to follow. You just have to show your wristband from lunch to get in. If you need a wristband, let me know.